Good morning. It is 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday, October 8th, and I am calling to order this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let's begin with the roll call. Good morning, Rhonda.
Supervisor Arenas.
Here.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Semidian.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Good morning, President.
President Ellenberg.
I am here as well.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would, thank you. Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll look to Supervisor Semidian to introduce this morning's invocator.
Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues. It is my pleasure this morning to invite Pastor Brian Leong to provide today's invocation. And as Pastor Leong comes up to the podium, I will just indicate that I could give you the biographical background and tell you that Pastor Leong's been at Lord's Grace Church Lord's Grace Christian Church in Mountain View for, I guess 19 years now, and he serves as pastor for the English-speaking segment of the 700-member congregation. And he has a long history before that. Of course, prior to coming to Lord's Grace, he worked for nonprofit for 10 years, where he was responsible for training and sending American teachers to teach at major Chinese universities. And he's a local product, raised in Oakland, received his bachelor's degree from UC Berkeley and a master's degree from Fuller Theological Seminary. He and his wife Sylvia are members of Sylvia's a member of the Cupertino Union School District Board, so I think Sylvia's with us today. There she is contributing to the community in yet another way. They have a couple of college-age kids, full rich life pastor. But the story I would like to tell is that, more than almost a decade ago, I guess, Pastor Leong showed up in my office. I didn't know him. He said, "Look, I've got a congregation in Mountain View. We'd like to do what we can to help with the challenges of homelessness in the community, but we're a relatively modest congregation, and there are limits to what we can do." And I said, "Well, if you can't do anything else, if you've got a parking lot, safe parking for, even 4 or 5 residents would be a start." And he said, "Thank you very much." And I didn't hear from him for months, a year, 2 years, maybe 3. It seemed like a long time. And I thought, well, they took a look at it and discovered just how daunting it is, and they perhaps had more pushback from either the community or the congregation than was expected. And then all of a sudden I had a meeting on my calendar from Pastor Leong, and I said, "Well, what's this all about?" And he said, "Well, he'll tell you when he gets here." And he said, "Hi, I took your advice, and we've gone off and we've now formed an independent chartered nonprofit called Move Mountain View. It's a 501c3. We're ready to step up to the challenge, not just in our own church, but throughout the community and beyond. And we're sure hoping we can partner with the county," which I quickly understood was code, "Do you have any money that would help us do the work?" And here we are all these years later with family after family being helped, not just in Mountain View, but beyond in the North County. And Move Mountain View has stepped up and into that challenge, and it is a way to take the faith of the community and translate that into tangible good works, which I so appreciate. And I wanted to say that before I gave you an opportunity, Pastor Leong, to provide the invocation. Please do. And welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Semidian. I thought I was supposed to bless you. You're blessing me this morning. I want to give some appreciation on behalf of many in the faith community this morning to you supervisors who have given great support to the unhoused over the past few very crucial years, especially through the pandemic. In particular, Supervisor Semidian's been a champion for innovating and showing compassionate care and finding any way possible to help the vulnerable portions of our community. But we're thankful in the faith community for the county's willingness to partner with us because this partnership, I think, over these past few years has changed countless lives. But it's also breathed new life into our congregations, which are full of people who want to do good, but don't always have an on-ramp into doing so and making a good impact. And so we want to thank the supervisors for that. And so it's really my honor to pray a prayer of blessing over all of you. And so let's pray. Almighty God, I thank you for each of these public servants, for putting them in a place to impact so many lives. Bless them today with wisdom, with patience, with perseverance, and with love for those they serve as they make crucial decisions that will be important to so many. And so receive this prayer. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Madam President.
Little technical piece here. We have several adjournments this morning. The first will be presented by Supervisor Chavez in honor and memory of community icon Chris Esparza.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me this honor to adjourn in memory of a very dear friend, Chris Esparza, who died at the age of 57. He passed away in August, which was far too young to lose such a giant of a person. Chris was larger than life, and everybody who knew him would recognize his laugh and his willingness to talk you into trying almost anything new in San Jose. And I want to just tell you a little bit about his accomplishments. In the early 90s, when the Sharks were still at the Cow Palace and there wasn't much nightlife in downtown San Jose, very few people were investing in our downtown. And Chris managed a bar called the Ajax Lounge, which became a place that everybody who knew downtown wanted to hang out at. And he booked really interesting music, and including performances by The Roots and Ben Harper, and drew crowds that ranged from San Jose State students to tech folks to nonprofit leaders, community activists. If you ever went into this, to Ajax at any time, you would see somebody you knew, or you would meet somebody that would later become a friend. He later co-owned Fuel 44 on Post Street and Blackbird Tavern on the Paseo de San Antonio. He would expand the downtown core through the Nagley Park Garage, which created the tiniest restaurant on the planet. But it was unique and memorable, and everybody wanted to hang out there and eat there. And my husband has reminded me that Guy Ferrari, actually my son told me this, was there for an episode of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Through his consulting business, Giant Creative, Chris had a hand in much of San Jose's nightlife and culture over the past 3 decades. You will see many, many reflections of his passion, his innovation in downtown. He brought his vision and energy eventually to the East Side, and he worked as a community development director for the School of Arts and Culture. I worked very closely with him during COVID, and also many of you may not know this, but for those of you who enjoy Christmas in the park and have taken your families out there, the reason there are rides out there was because Chris had the idea to take Christmas in the park and move it further into the community. And one of the things that Chris recognized is that for a lot of families, they're not going to Disneyland or getting on a cruise. This was their big thing they did with their families. And so having the rides made it even a bigger, more impactful experience for them and their families. And that's really my aha from Chris's life, which is he could take the smallest space, maybe the most nascent idea, and make it impactful. I really am just delighted and honored that he took his talents to the east side of San Jose, which I think we're going to see the fruits of his labor really, truly for generations to come. I'm really honored that his daughter, Olivia, and his wife, Pilar, are here with us today. And I wanted to say to both of you how so sorry I am for this incredible loss. I can't imagine what it must feel like for you, because for the rest of us, it feels so enormous. I appreciate that you've shared him with the community for so many years, and let us spend time with him and learn from him and be a part of your lives and Chris's life. I understand that Jessica Paz Cedillos will be coming up to say a few words. And before, Jessica, you come up, I just wanted to see if any of my colleagues were wanting to make a comment. I didn't want to interrupt you. But Jessica, if you could come forward, would be great. And Olivia, lovely, and Pilar. And welcome.
So thank you, Supervisor Chavez, and good morning, County Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the family, it is an honor to reflect on the contributions of a dear colleague and friend. Chris Esparza was a true giant in our community. His reach has been felt throughout San Jose. Chris's influence was profound and far-reaching, from his early involvement in the arts, nightclub, restaurant, music, and event industries, to his instrumental role at the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. For the past 13 years, Chris dedicated himself to developing La Plaza into a beacon of community support, cultural celebration, and creative expression, impacting countless lives and fostering a spirit of unity and inclusion. Chris was well-loved, and he loved people. He loved his wife. He loved his daughter. And to our young team members, he was a mentor, and for some, a father figure. He often went out of his way to be a coach and offer hard-earned advice through his years of experience, always with humor. His legacy will live on in the countless lives he has touched. Thank you for recognizing him today.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being with us. He was beloved, and you are as well, all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, colleagues.
One of the blessings of being in public office is that we get to meet an extraordinary number of people and a number of extraordinary people. One of the residents, community leaders that I have had the opportunity to meet and get to know through my role is Ana Vargas Smith. And her mother died recently. And so I want to take this moment to remember Santa Clara resident Adeline B. Vargas, especially known as Lena to family and friends. She was 91 when she passed away last month. Born in June 1933 in Ribeira do Cabo, Pico, Azores, Portugal, Lena was the cherished wife of Mateus R. Vargas, with whom she shared nearly 70 years of marriage. Together, they built a loving and devoted family in Santa Clara. Lena was known for her exceptional cooking, especially her delicious Portuguese meals that brought her family together. Lena was the heart of the home she and Mateus built in Santa Clara. Their home was filled with love, care, and dedication, a true reflection of their enduring partnership. Lena's devotion to her Catholic faith and Portuguese culture remained unwavering throughout her life. Lena and Mateus were active community members of the SES, St. Anthony, and Nossa Senhora de Fatima organizations, where they belonged to St. Clair's, and they belonged to St. Clair's Parish. Her love for flowers, especially roses, was evident in the beautiful flower garden that her beloved Mateus planted for her 50 years ago, a constant source of delight. A beacon of love and kindness, Lena's legacy will live on in the hearts of all who knew and loved her. Her unconditional love, especially for her daughter Anna, and her lifelong devotion to Mateus will be remembered and cherished. Lena was the proud and loving mother of Ana Vargas Smith and son-in-law Derry Smith. She was the second youngest of 5 siblings: Maria del Carmo, Maria, Manuel, Jose, and baby brother Daniel. Lena adored her brothers and sisters, extended family, nieces, nephews, cousins, lifelong friends, and neighbors, many of whom have already passed but remain close to her heart. Though Lena's passing marks the end of a beautiful love story, her bond with Mateus should continue in eternal rest and peace. I did not have the blessing of knowing her, but knowing what a phenomenal woman her daughter is, kind, beautiful in and out, a tremendous community leader and advocate. She had to have been an absolute superstar. May her memory be a blessing. And Anna, if you'd like to come up and say a few words, we invite you to do that.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, President Ellenberg. You really choked me up there. I have to say my mom was truly a matriarch. She was the unsung hero in her community. She was always giving and giving and giving, but she understood the power of bringing people together, even if it was at her kitchen table, you know, always ready for advice. And she believed if one person can make a difference, imagine if a few hundred people came together and made a difference. So the power of community is what she believed in, plus her faith. She believed that anyone can make it better, you know. So I was always inspired. She was a matriarch to me. She was a force to be reckoned with, but always in a kind and loving way. And it made me believe in the power of community since I was a little girl. So I wish the world to always believe, you know, in the power of community and do what they can. Sorry, my voice is gone. We had an incredible parade in Santa Clara that Supervisor President Ellenberg supports every single year. And that was inspired by my mom, you know, bringing everyone together from every corner of Santa Clara and beyond, and just realize that we could put our differences aside and just enjoy a purely euphoric day of just community. So thank you for this moment. Mom would have been shy about it, but I'm here to just thank you for this. She meant the world to me. But I will continue to do what I do in her memory. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving now to commendations and proclamations. We're going to go a little bit out of order, I believe, and begin with item 5D, which is a proclamation for World PANDAS Awareness Day from Supervisors Chavez and Simidian.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be joined by my colleague Supervisor Simidian. And I want to just say how excited I am to have the privilege of presenting a proclamation on behalf of our county declaring October 9th in Santa Clara County as official World PANS and PANDAS Awareness Day. And I want to ask Terry and if all of our guests could come forward. I'm going to welcome you and thank you all for being with us today. You can just come right through these gates, right? Yeah, it is counterintuitive, that's right. Pediatric acute onset neuropsychiatric syndrome and pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders associated with strep infections cause sudden and debilitating changes in behavior, mood, and neurological function, affecting thousands of young people globally, including youth here in our county. Despite the prevalence of PANS and PANDAS, many families struggle to find the appropriate medical help and even to get a diagnosis, often encountering barriers due to lack of awareness and misunderstanding among healthcare professionals and the public. On September 28th, 2024, Governor Gavin Newsom signed a Bill 2102 authored by Josh Lowenthal of Long Beach into law, making access to diagnosis and the indicated treatments for PANS and PANDAS available and covered by insurance in California starting in January of 2025. The County of Santa Clara, right? That is actually a big deal. The County of Santa Clara has invested significant resources to construct a state-of-the-art inpatient-outpatient child-adolescent psychiatric facility where psychiatric, neurological, and medical needs of young people will be met. This was led by Supervisor Simidian, including a literal bridge, and this is really important, between the psychiatric and medical facilities for the integration of care, which will be brand new. The Light Up for PANS initiative, spearheaded by the Canada-based charity Inflamed Brain Alliance, including 14 nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups, seek to bring light to the illness through the illumination of iconic landmarks, buildings, homes in red or green lights. And so on October 9th, PANDAS Awareness Day, more than 100 landmarks and buildings in major towns and cities around the globe will be included in this, including us, which our awareness ribbon here at the Government County Center will be lit in green to reflect this battle. Before we ask Terry Downing to say a few words, I would like to turn to my colleague, Supervisor Simitian, to see if you'd like to make some remarks.
Thank you. I just want to welcome folks here today. I am so pleased that we can take a moment to provide this recognition and hopefully provide some awareness. I became better informed about these issues by virtue of the people who were standing behind us when we were talking about a new acute care psychiatric facility for our county. They stepped forward along with Supervisor Chavez to say, don't forget us. And so before you can make sure you don't forget someone, you have to know who they are, what they're about, the challenges that they face. And what I want to say, particular thanks and provide acknowledgement of today is that the folks who are standing behind me are folks who've had some challenges in their lives and the lives of their family members. And notwithstanding those challenges, they've stepped up to say we want to build on our experience to make sure that others are more fully and appropriately served whenever and wherever possible. And so for that, I say thank you to them, and I say thank you again to my colleague, Supervisor Chavez, for including me in today's recognition. Terry?
All right, let me move over and keep on.
I'd like to thank you, Cindy and Joe, and the entire board for this proclamation today. On behalf of myself, Ramesh, and Bibi, and PANS families all over California and across the nation, thank you for the recognition of PANDAS Day by lighting the county building. It's very meaningful, and over 100 bridges and landmarks around the globe will be lit tomorrow. On July 8th of 2011, my daughter Tessa was a normal child going to St. John Vianney's on the east side, and overnight became psychotic and developmentally delayed. She was misdiagnosed as having bipolar and schizophrenia for 10 months. And because of this delay, my daughter's life and my life has changed dramatically. It was 12 years ago when I met with Cindy and Joe to explain that actually Tessa had PANDAS and what PANDAS was and PANS. A lot of progress has been made since then, and we still have a long way to go. My daughter Tessa is fighting this terrible illness as we speak. She lives, unfortunately, in a group home. She's brain damaged and lives in Milpitas. I am absolutely exhausted. It's an autoimmune disease, and it attacks her brain. She's unfortunately in a flare after a year and a half of being in remission, and I was in Lucille Packard last night with her until 2 o'clock in the morning. Tessa is brave, and she is strong, but the delay in diagnosis and the treatment we experience has made it so difficult for her and my family. The recent passage of AB 2105 by the governor is expected to make early diagnosis and treatment possible. That will save so many families financially. At one point, I was $6 million in debt because no one would pay for the treatments that my daughter needed. I also want to thank the county for the construction of the new psychiatric hospital for children and youth with the bridge going over. If my daughter had that and was just given prednisone and some antibiotics, she would be a 26-year-old young woman living her full life. So thank you so much, everyone, for fighting for this hospital. Having these beds in Santa Clara County will save lives. Thank you very much.
I'm going to present this commendation.
Terry, hang on.
Okay, we're going to take a picture, and we're going to ask our colleagues to join us. Yeah, it's weird, I know, we do. Yep.
We'll return to our regularly scheduled agenda and move back to item 5A for Supervisor Arenas to present a proclamation recognizing National Latine Physician Day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sylvia Arenas. I'm the newest Board of County Supervisors, and I want to invite Dr. Rachel Reese, along with Dr. Cesar Raudel Padilla, and all the members of your team that would like to join us up here. Please come on. If you can go through the little. Wonderful. I have a huge smile on my face because today we're going to talk about the National Latina Physicians Day in Santa Clara County. And Dr. Padilla, you are our founder as of 3 years ago. But I'm going to tell just a little bit about what the Latina Physician Day is. Today we celebrate the contributions of our Latino and Latina physicians who provide a level of care that is unmatched by treating the whole patient to meet the needs of a very diverse community. One of the things that we have been focused on this month is health. And just yesterday, don't know if you know this, Dr. Padilla and Reese, but we celebrated the Binational Health Month. And we do this with the Consul of Mexico every year. And it's been going on for 24 years. And so it's just really important for us to continue to emphasize on providing really wonderful service, health service to our Latino community. But it's also important to have people who look and speak like you, right? When we walk into the doctor's office, it's not always easy to do that. Sorry, guys, it's hard for some folks who have not been used to going to the doctors. And when somebody greets you in your own native language, it just makes such a huge difference. And so I really respect that you're honoring our community by continuing to serve them this way. And it is just a shame that under 7% of physicians in this county identify as Latina, which is really shocking because the overwhelming number of patients at our county hospitals, more than 50% in fact, and more than 50% of our patients, but I think it's more like 25% of our population identifies as Latino or Latina. And unfortunately, this challenge is not felt just locally. We see its impact on national and state level, with 39% of California's Latina population amounting to just 6% of state physicians and 12.7% of medical school graduates in 2024. And so in my role serving as a board of supervisors, I'm just really committed to serving initiatives that bridge healthcare equity through the recruitment and retention of Latino physicians and medical professions to strengthen our community and our health care. And it's one of the reasons why I requested the Latino Health Assessment last year, and our public health department has just culminated that assessment, and it is going to help identify it's aside from the traditional health assessment, it's also going to assess what we are as a community, a Latino community, underutilizing or overutilizing within our county services, and that's going to tell us a story as well. And so I hope to share those results with all of you in December and really amplify the need to build a healthcare workforce that is not only just diverse, but it's equipped to provide culturally and linguistically competent care and meet the needs of our community. And so for that, I want to, and I should have done this before, but I'm going to give you a proclamation. But I first want to hear from you, Dr. Padilla and Dr. Reese. I know, Dr. Padilla, you're the founder of this day, but not only are you the founder, you're also somebody that I'm actually really proud of as a fellow Mexican-American. You were grew up in Union City, so you're a Bay Area native, and you spend every summer in terms of your childhood in Mexico, which is something I did as well, and so I really coincide with some of that. Here's where we become different, because after high school, you attended Ohlone Community College in Fremont, and you heard about and attended the Stanford University's Minority Medical Alliance Conference at age 19, which inspired you to medicine, and now you have a double fellowship training from Harvard Medical School in critical care, medicine, and obstetrics. Please. With additional training in critical care and echocardiography. I'm sure I didn't say that correctly. And his research interests include critical care and obstetrics and addressing inequities in maternal and obstetric care. You're also serving as the Chief Medical Education Advisor for Alliance and Mentorship, Mi Mentor, a nonprofit organization with a mission of mentoring underrepresented students interested in medicine. And I know that we highlighted one of those students within an event that we had earlier this year. And so I'm very proud for you to be part of our community and for you to continue to serve this way and to create awareness. And so I'd love to invite you to say a few words. And then, of course, Dr. Rachel Reese, not to be left behind, double board certified general pediatrician and attending pediatric gastroenterologist within our own system, and whose guiding principle is focused on healthcare equality and adequacy for all patients, and provides trainings for 1 in 4 of Silicon Valley's future medical professionals. So you will go through her in order to get it done. And so I'm also very proud as a fellow woman for you to be in this medical profession and offer the care that you do. You went on to complete your medical degree at Vanderbilt University in medicine and complete your residency in general pediatrics at Monroe Carroll Junior Children's Hospital of Vanderbilt before returning back home. She came back home and completed her fellowship in pediatric gastroenterology at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford. Yes, please. Not only did she do all that, and I can't even go through the rest of the things that you're going through that you actually have done, but you're a mom of 4. And so you do that? Yes, please. So thank you, Dr. Reese, for your commitment and passion to serving residents and working through this multidisciplinary teams to really address the intersectional health challenges of our diverse community with cultural and linguistic competency. And for that, I'd like to present, after you have some words to share with us, I'd love to provide a commendation to both of you. So you can decide which way you want to go.
All right. Well, thank you, Supervisor Arenas. I didn't know you knew that much about me. A little scary. I'm going to stand on my tippy toes because I feel really short. But buenos dias. I'll say it again. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand among this inspiring group of physicians, including the NLPD co-founder, Dr. Padilla, other healthcare providers, and community leaders. I really want to acknowledge as well Supervisor Arenas for her advocacy and the Board of Supervisors for this commendation, recognize the incredible contributions of our Latina physicians. However, I want to be clear that this day is not just a celebration of the achievements of Latina physicians, but also a call to action. As Supervisor Arenas said previously, more than 40% of California residents identify as Latino, yet only 6% of our Californian physicians do. And this shortage of Latina physicians is nothing short, but it's staggering. And if we are committed to delivering high quality, equitable health care for all, we must invest in building a pipeline, not just focus on recruitment and retention, but build a pipeline for the next generation of Latina physicians right here in Santa Clara County. Our community's healthcare needs are unique, and as many studies have demonstrated, having a physician that looks like you and speaks your language can have a profound and positive impact on your healthcare and your health outcomes. We are listo. We are committed to closing the gap in representation and building a healthcare system that is truly inclusive and responsive to the needs of our community. So thank you to everyone who is part of this movement, and thank you for your continued dedication to improving the health and well-being of our communities. I am so, so grateful that we are continuing this conversation, and I truly admire the advocacy and the hard work to ensure that our healthcare system reflects the vibrant and diverse population it serves. So, gracias y pa'lante. Thank you.
All right, is there, it's like a microphone hidden here. So I just found out I was gonna speak like 20 minutes ago, so I wrote something on the fly, but I've talked about this a lot, so. I don't want you guys to see me as a doctor. I'm just an East Bay kid, literally East Bay kid, grew up in a little barrio called Decoto. It's in Union City, California, and every Cinco de Mayo, we would go to San Jose, because my mom liked to go to San Jose for Cinco de Mayo, and we would hit up all these taquerias, Vic's, if you haven't been to Vic's, in Victoria, they have this orange sauce, it's amazing. So that's who I am. I'm an East Bay kid. My parents came from Mexico in the 1970s. They worked in fields. My dad worked in fields across California. So did his dad, started out in Oxnard. And my mom worked in a local factory in Union City. And I remember, like, earliest memory of me going to the doctors with my mom was about 7 or 8. And I would translate for my mom in Spanish. An 8-year-old kid. And I would come home, and I thought it was normal. But something didn't feel right. And I think that was a fire that really lit my passion for becoming a physician. 15 years of training, double fellowship training, That's not what defines me. What defines me is my parents who came from Mexico. It's the most ethical person I've ever met is my abuelita. She probably went to like 2nd or 3rd grade. She had an ethics that was like just steel. That's who I am. I'm my abuelita in a white coat. Now, I ended up at Stanford, I don't know how, but I just ended up at Stanford, and I was kind of intimidated. I was like, oh, I don't know, because when you're in the East Bay, it's bougie. I don't want to go there. Anyways, I'm there. I'm just gonna say this, 40% of births at Stanford are to Latinas. The majority are immigrants. Okay, we are seeing, there's only 2 ethnic demographics growing in California. It's Asian Americans and Latinos. Okay, that's the latest data from last year, unless it's changed. 48% of babies born in California are Latino, Latina. 48%, 1 out of 2. 1 in 8 babies born in the USA are born in California. See the picture? California is the future. So about a year into Stanford, a buddy of mine called me, Michael Galvez. He's like my homie from the East Bay. We kind of knew each other. He grew up, he's from Berkeley, I'm from Union City. We listened to hip hop growing up. And he's like, hey, Cesar, I'm a doctor too, and I have this idea for National Latino Physician Day. And I'm like, let's do it. Because, us California kids, we're like, yeah, let's do it, So we just started out like that. It was a phone call and grassroots. We started out with 0 sponsors. Now it's our 3rd year, over 150. And I have to call Michael because every day is like one new one. Multiple city proclamations. There is a Senate resolution that was introduced by Senator Padilla. I'm not going to bore you with that. But I'm just going to get to this. The reason why we started this is for our abuelitas, our tias. It's because when we treat patients, it's not just a patient, it's our family. During the COVID pandemic, 70% of pregnant patients had COVID were Latinas that died. Again, let me say that. 70% of deaths in COVID-positive pregnant patients were Latinas in California, 7 out of 10. Okay, yet only 6% of physicians in the state of California are Latino, Latina. This is a crisis. And when you understand the disparity with that, and then by the way, if Latinos, what they contribute to our economy, if that was isolated in terms of money, that would account for the 5th largest GDP in the world. Let me say that again. If Latinos were isolated with their economic contributions, they would account for the 5th largest GDP in the world. Yet only 6%? So what can we do? We have answers, guys. Medical school admissions, all they have to do is value bilingual skills. You know how many bilingual students we have applying? That's not value. It's easy. There's data for this. Language matters a lot more than just obscure research publications that is required from us. Myself and Michael had to jump through hoops. Dr. Ruiz, did you have to jump through hoops? Hoops. You know why it's important? Because the majority of medical students are wealthy and come from privileged families. Only 5%, guys, of medical students come from the lowest 20th percentile of socioeconomic status. That is a problem. It's a problem that we're just training students that are connected from a wealth standpoint. That's a problem because there is a disconnect culturally and economically with their patients. So I'll leave you with this. The 5th largest GDP in the world deserves more than 6%. Does it not? Yes. What are they? And I'm going to end with our slogan, which is necesitamos más, we need more. So we're all going to say that, we got to get a video of this. We're all going to say at the count of 3, we're going to say necesitamos más. 1, 2, 3. Necesitamos más. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, we're going to turn around and then.
Yes, it was. Very empowering, right? Can't see the supervisor. Maybe I will go be a doctor. Oh my gosh, right? All right, folks, we are going to move on to public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on matters not on today's. I'm so sorry. You are correct. 5B, a commendation for Armando Gomez. My apologies.
How are you? Yay. So today, I have the honor of presenting a commendation to the Honorable Armando Gomez in recognition of his more than 25 years of dedicated public service to the people of Milpitas, San Jose, and Santa Clara County. He's been a public servant, a business owner, and an active community volunteer. Armando was born in San Jose, graduated from Milpitas High, and received his bachelor's degree from Santa Clara University. He served the citizens of Milpitas as a city council member and vice mayor from 2002 to 2014, while also working for the city of San Jose as Mayor Reed's budget director from 2006 to 2014. He's worked tirelessly both in Milpitas and San Jose to preserve services and help fund new community facilities, to bring in new jobs and revenue, and to provide new housing opportunities for families. He has continued to serve his community through leadership roles in the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce, Milpitas Rotary, and was recognized by business person to be Business Person of the Year for 2024 by the Milpitas business community. Give him a round of applause. That's pretty awesome. And as a business owner, Armando continues to work to bring much-needed jobs to our communities, and including in projects that are extensive community benefits for schools, local programs, and nonprofits. We're so proud of you, Armando, and so many of us have known you for so many years that there are a bunch of people who want to say good things about you. So before I turn it over to you, I'm going to let Supervisor Arenas and then Supervisor Lee say a few words.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this, Armando.
I'm going to continue to embarrass you by saying just lovely things, but I think you are probably familiar with what I'm going to say. There's not very many people who stand with you when you first begin office, and you've done that for me because you've done public service with a big heart, and you understand the kind of sacrifices it takes to serve others. And for that, I'm truly grateful, and I admire you. And I know that our business community benefits from your service just as well, because you speak with the people in mind, with our community in mind, with service in mind. And no matter what you do, it just translates to that. And so I'm just absolutely grateful for your friendship, for your support, and for your public service. Thank you so much for all you've done.
Yes, hi, Armando. Very, very deserving today, and I just wanted to thank you personally. Not just the fact that we've known each other for what, close to 20 years now, I think? We were teenagers back then, right? For long-term residents of Milpitas, serving also on the city of San Jose, working with the city. But also elected on the council and as the vice mayor of Milpitas. I remember knocking on your doors, right, talking to you, and of course, the problem about knocking on doors is that's the door that will take me 20 minutes to finish because we have to talk to Armando with so many great ideas. And so many of the projects you have vision have brought a lot more affordable housing to our region, and especially in Milpitas as well, and help connect the community to understand the needs. You are a uniter. You bring everybody together, and this is exactly what we need right now. And I'm just so happy that you got this well-deserving award today, and I'm honored to be called your friend. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Well, first off, I just want to thank Supervisor Chavez for this recognition, and the rest of the board also. I got to be honest, I can't in good conscience accept something like this without talking about a few other people, especially when it comes to my career. I've really had the benefit of just been surrounded and influenced by just some talented and amazing women through the years. First, of course, there's my wife, Bernadette, who I met when I was 17. I met her when I was 17 years old working as a cashier at McDonald's, and she always had faith that I could do more. And I don't know if many of you know this, but she's actually a stroke survivor. So just seeing her in her recovery and just seeing her help other stroke survivors is just really, really, really inspiring. Supervisor Chavez and Arenas, I mean, I'm fortunate enough that I'm very blessed that you guys have been there, both personally and professionally, on too many occasions that I can count. And I'm lucky to call you not just a friend, but family. Thank you. And then there's Jean Serpa I want to tell you about really quick. She's one of the most talented professionals I know, and we all need a friend like Jean, so I'm lucky to have her. But there's also just three other women I want to mention because they've, in my professional career, I spent more time working with them than I did actually with my family, and they're, one couldn't be here today. It's Jennifer McGuire. She's the city manager of San Jose. The other two actually work for the county. One is Melanie Jimenez, who's a program manager with the county exec's office, and there's also Chris Zanardi, who works for Supervisor Joe Simidian. With these three ladies, one thing they taught me was just a passion for public service. There was an unwavering commitment to the common good, a willingness to make sacrifices in your own personal life for public service, and just a beautiful kindness for people, and also just a tremendous knowledge of local government. And what I try to do every day is just mimic their qualities. And I mean, by this commendation, it's really served me well. One of the things that always perplexed me is two of them worked for me, and it never seemed right. It should have been really the other way around. So actually, I just want to close with just some advice for the Board of Supervisors, the San Jose City Council, and the County Exec's Office. And this is the best advice you're going to get related to these three. I'm not going to give you advice on how to keep them because you guys stole them from me. But what I will do is I'll give you advice on how to work with them. And what you do is, with relation to Chris, Jennifer, and Melanie, is you find the hardest task you have, what seems impossible. And what you do is you
give it to them, and then just sit back, get out of the way, and just watch in amazement and awe at the job they'll do. So Chris, Melanie, Jennifer, Supervisors Chavez and Arenas and Jean, I just want to thank you for just what you guys did for me as not just a public servant, but also as a business owner. And again, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this commendation. All right. Thank you.
There you go. That's yours.
Oh, no, Bernadette.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Forgot about them.
So I'm going to put you right. Okay. All right.
Thank you guys again.
All right, now we are moving on to public comment. That is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on matters not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the Board of Supervisors. We will first hear speakers in chambers and then speakers on Zoom. If you're intending to speak on this item, you should have filled out a yellow card at the back of the room, and the clerks will bring those up to the front. I will close the speaking queue when the first speaker begins, so now is the time to get in the yellow cards. It's also the time to raise your virtual hands. The entire speaking queue, both in person and on Zoom, will close when the first in-person speaker begins speaking. Again, this is for meeting management and timing purposes. We want to make sure everybody that wants to speak has the opportunity to turn in a card or raise their hand. Rhonda, what's it looking like?
It's looking like so far we have 24 in person, but there's some activity at the back table.
Okay.
And I currently have 18 in Zoom.
All right, let's give that a minute until you receive all of the cards from the back. And again, folks on Zoom, if there's anyone who doesn't have their virtual hand up, now is the time to raise it before we close the queue.
All right, we look like we are at 25 in chambers and 20 online.
Okay, I'm going to give that a few more seconds, and then we will close the queue at 45 speakers. I don't see anyone back at the cards. Are we holding at 20 on Zoom, Rhonda?
Yes, we are.
All right, we're going to close it at 45 speakers, and let's call the first. Thank you.
All right, we're going to call 5 at a time, so if you can go ahead and line up, but you can speak in any order. Angel Kelly, Brianna Anderson, Pa Chang, Mark Trout, and Barb Flores.
Should I start?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Angel Kelly, and I'm a supervisor in emergency response. Last week's news article raised concerns with allegations against the conduct of a worker, but unfairly didn't mention the procedures and regulations that DFCS adheres to in handling these types of allegations for dependent children. That include the immediate report to another county for investigation, immediate report to state licensing, the child's attorney, and cross-reporting to police. The article also raised disturbing concerns of mental health breakdowns and assaults by the youth at the scattered sites. Sadly, this is a scary truth that staff worry about daily. The fact is, the social workers at DFCS are not part of behavioral health or a dual diagnosis facility. While our county continues to not have the needed treatment placements for these youth, it will remain a dangerous situation for both the youth and the social workers, placed in an impossible position of being the bandages to this larger problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Before, I'm going to ask, consistent with our practice, we ask for no applause during public comment. In part, that is to ensure that no one feels uncomfortable by some statement being supported and another not. It also helps us move along faster. You're welcome to do silent gestures, but please hold your applause or any other verbal expressions. Thank you. Next speaker, come on down.
Good morning. My name is Brianna Anderson. I'm a dependency investigation social work supervisor at DFCS. Our executive leadership team has repeatedly asked us to wrap our arms around the families of Santa Clara County and keep our eyes and hearts on the children. But the DFCS executive leadership team does not apply the same work ethics when it comes to our workforce. They speak about equity, yet that does not exist in DFCS. Currently in dependency investigations, we have only 11 social workers on a given day to take court cases, which there should be 24 to 30 staff. All dependency investigation social workers are unable to manage the high caseload and unending court work. There is high turnover, and while the execs continue to create more management positions, frontline staff and supervisors have no support. There is a huge liability that causes stress and burnout, but no solution in sight. We are often blamed, but expected to work tirelessly to keep children safe. There is no accountability or leadership in our agency. We are held to a high standard, yet there is no standard for the executive leadership team. Our workforce deserves better.
Thank you very much. There you go.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Pa Chang, and I'm an emergency response social work supervisor. I am also the chief steward for social work supervisors and social work analysts. In the world of child welfare, we ask families to be collaborators, advocates, innovators, and change agents. However, that is not what is occurring at DFCS. There is no accountability. The workload is unmanageable. In emergency response, we have a 50% vacancy rate. There is overstandard work. Our scatter sites continue to be unsafe. We continue to be reorganized without any reason, and there is no respect for the workforce. I urge the board to hold the exec leadership accountable, address our ongoing staffing issues, and stop reorganizing us. Thank you.
Well, I'm really excited to hear what I have to say. I don't really know what I'm going to say, but I'm excited about what I am. Ye shall have a song, as in the night when a holy solemnity is kept, and gladness of heart. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so. Jesus loves me when I'm good, when I do the things I should. Jesus loves me when I'm bad, but it makes him very sad. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes.
Next speaker, please. Come down. Thank you.
Let me go ahead and call forward our next five. Olivia Santillan, Andre Patron, Elizabeth Alvarez, Tony I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, C, and Bibiana Vega. Go ahead.
Good morning, President Ellenberg, Vice President Lee, and Supervisor Reyna Chavez and Smidian. My name is Barb Flores, and I work at the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and I'm a registered voter in Santa Clara County. The Santa Clara County Board of Education has caused a crisis and created a negative impact on our community by terminating Superintendent Dr. Marianne Dewan. This decision has prompted questions from several senators, as well as district superintendents, former trustees, community leaders, and our families. The Santa Clara County Board of Education has repeatedly acted outside of their jurisdiction, and there is currently a lack of oversight. The call to action, I respectfully urge you to revise County Ordinance number NS-300.931 to make Santa Clara County Board of Education members appointees of the Board of Supervisors. This change will ensure that qualified individuals committed to public education, committed to our students, our most critical people, policy adherence and legal compliance fill these important positions and provide the necessary checks and balances. Thank you for your leadership.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Santillan, and I work for the Santa Clara County Office of Education. For the last year, the Santa Clara County Office of Education has faced a crisis. As employees, we watch the Santa Clara County Board of Education ignore their own board bylaws, meet in closed session under false pretenses, and refuse to collaborate with the county superintendent of schools. I know that in order to foster trust with our civic and governmental institutions, we need transparency and ethical decision-making. We also need a system of checks and balances to prevent abuses of power. I would like to respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to revise County Ordinance number NS-300.931 to create a system of checks and balances for the Santa Clara County Office of Education and the Santa Clara County Board of Education. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm here as a humble servant to the community and to ask you for your support on behalf of children in this county by seeing what you can do to further avoid unnecessary instability at the County Office of Education. I have worked and observed Dr. Marianne Dewan and make the best decisions to support children and families, and that's why it's so odd for this to take a year, her termination to take a year to decide. And I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to please support and look into what you can do to change the ordinance to be able to look into what is happening at the County Office of Education. Thank you for your support.
You don't have to wait for invitations. When one speaker finishes, the next one should come right down. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Viviana Vega. I'm a program director with Health Your Kids Foundation. We work to remove health barriers that affect young people's learning success in Silicon Valley. I'm here today because Santa Clara County Board of Education has created a crisis by terminating our superintendent, Dr. Marianne Dewan. This decision being questioned by state senators, school leaders, community members, and families. We're asking the Board of Supervisors to revise our county ordinance number NS-300.931 to allow you to appoint members of Santa Clara County Board of Education. This would allow and ensure that only qualified, dedicated individuals who are committed to our students' public schools serve the board. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to the students and the schools in Santa Clara County. Your action can help ensure every child gets the high quality, equitable education they deserve. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, County Executive. My name is Andre Patron. I am a social work supervisor in emergency response. I have been with the department almost 23 years, and I have just seen so many changes throughout the years, and I'm concerned about all the things that have been addressed so far by my colleagues, Angel, Pa, and Brianna. I'm not gonna repeat because they've already said it, but I wanna echo the concerns, the staffing crisis that we're having. I'm also concerned about the delay that is occurring to assign cases from emergency response to non-court. Everybody is over standard. Yes, there's a staffing shortage, and I'm very concerned. I want to make sure that you hold the county, the executives with the department accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call forward the next 5. Claudia Rossi, Steve Batando, Bryce Weber, Kathleen King, and Sean.
Good morning. My name is Tony Cuevas. I'm a SSPM2. I oversee operations in South County, including emergency response. I've been with the county 25 years. I'm here to support the 521 message. Essentially, there's no transparency, inclusivity, shared power, or accountability by our leadership. All of these behaviors are consistent with a race and equity model that we have been promised by the Board of Supervisors for a long period of time. Essentially, it's not happening. Our contract is ignored by disrespecting our right to meet and confer for structural changes. Managers and supervisors had a leadership meeting with administration and they failed to appear. The message was clear: we don't matter. If the board can't hold Damian Wright to the race and equity behaviors, then let me be the first to cast a vote of no confidence against our DFCS director, Damian Wright. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Claudia Rossi. I am a former member of the Santa Clara County Board of Education. Members Maimona Absal Berta, Don Rocha, Joseph DeSalvo, and Grace Ma voted to terminate the contract of our award-winning, hardworking, dedicated county superintendent. This act of the Board of Education has created a crisis that requires the intervention of the Board of Supervisors. The sudden removal of an effective and beloved county superintendent has destabilized the office and put millions of dollars in funding for our most vulnerable youth at risk. The history of the Santa Clara County Board of Education shows one of dysfunction, waste, and inefficiency. In fact, a 2018 civil grand jury report found that the Santa Clara County Board of Education unchecked and irresponsible actions were costly to taxpayers and on the backs of children. Civil grand jury investigations have shown time and time again this waste. We ask for your...
Thank you very much. If you didn't finish your comment, you're welcome to give the transcript to the clerk.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm Steve Batando. I'm here to encourage you to start the process of changing the selection of the Santa Clara County Superintendent Schools from board appointment to a publicly elected position. In 2018, this body received a civil grand jury report which investigated the County Office of Education's appointment process, among other things, and recommended to this body that we move to selection by election. With 38 years as an educator, starting as a teacher in this county and retiring as a superintendent in this county, I can talk for over an hour about the value of selection of the superintendent by election, but briefly think about the statistics where the average longevity of an appointed superintendent is between 2 and 3 years. The superintendent's job is purely beholden to potentially a new set of bosses every 2 years rather than the will of the people. Please add to your next agenda a discussion about the responsibility to change that process. Thank you very much.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Bryce Weber. I am a social worker with the Department of Family and Children, more specifically the Transitional Shelter Care Facility, formerly known as the Scatter Sites. I'm here this morning to just, with the intention of just saying, help. Right now we're in a state with the Scatter Sites where we don't really feel like the upper management has our best interest at heart. We continue to feel that we are not represented and our voice doesn't really matter. And I've only been here 9 months, but it doesn't take long to realize the dysfunctions that we're kind of feeling at the entry level and the ground level, and we feel like, our safety is at risk. To be honest with you, just briefly, on this past Sunday, this is what motivated to come here today. One of our staff members was assaulted, and it just feels like there's nothing we really can do to protect ourselves. So I would just like to encourage a revision of policies and a discussion with upper management about this issue. Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and call forward the next 5: Marianne Waddell, Robert Brizuela, Sylvia Rogue, Claudia Gonzalez, and Marissa Moreno. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathleen King, and I'm a previous Santa Clara County Office of Education board member. There is true chaos in the Office of Education due to the elected board members. 3 of the 4 current board members that voted to fire Dr. Duan will be or could be gone in January. 2 of the board members have gone through 3 superintendents in the last 10 years, and the cost of those changes have currently cost over $2 million of our taxpayer dollars. I've worked with Dr. Duan for many years, and no one cares about our children more than Dr. Duan, and no one can surpass her in integrity. She has been a true partner to many of the organizations in the county, and we just cannot afford to lose her right now. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Come on down, please.
I come before you to speak for the 15 unhoused people who lost their lives due to the heat. They were 30 to 79. Almost all of them were seniors. They lost their lives because they've repeatedly been swept from locations that provided them weather resistance, repeatedly called the Here For You hotline, a road to nowhere for most people, repeatedly been offered cooling centers that don't provide them a real opportunity to cool down, and they can't access it. And they avoided VMC because of ridiculous wait times and horrible treatment of the ER. The failures of the city and county killed these people. Some of you swoon over Consuelo and KJ, but many of us see them as leaders of a rogue agency. Did Consuelo follow through when Madison Wind had sensitive client information and was making YouTube videos with it? No. Has she followed through on Vietnamese YouTubers abusing unhoused people to raise money? No. Has the board allowed OSH to throw mostly single and disabled single folks out of the Sunnyvale shelter? Yes. Josh Selo agreed to keep singles at the shelter until but not beyond June 2025 in this room.
Good morning. My name is Silvia Roque. I am a supervisor in Dependency Investigations, which is a bureau that manages child abuse investigations after children have been removed from their parent or when it is assessed that court intervention is necessary. Dependency Investigations is grossly understaffed and has been understaffed for over a year. There should be 24 to 30 social workers, and there are currently 11. Workers are assigned cases back to back and recently are being assigned 2 cases in 1 week. All workers are at case capacity and continue to be assigned cases because there's no plan from the executive leadership team to address the staffing shortage. The turnover and burnout rate is high because the work is unmanageable. We are doing a disservice to the children in Santa Clara County and potentially leaving them at risk of harm and in unsafe situations because workers are unable to manage and unable to complete investigations when being assigned cases in this manner. The executive leadership team needs to be held accountable and needs to address the staffing shortage. Thank you.
Hello, I am Claudia Gonzalez, social worker with DFCS. I have been at DFCS for 8 years. In those 8 years, there has been one consistent approach from DFCS executive directors, assistant directors, and that is a constant change, a change that is always unpredictable and unorganized. These changes have caused chaos due to the lack of leadership coordination, including shift from social workers from one area to the other to meet business need without proper notice or training. As a result, social workers are often having to work long hours, do mandatory overtime only to meet the demands of our day-to-day. Work is unmanageable and work expectations. Most importantly, these changes also include changes in practice which impact our families and communities that we serve. Management, lack of coordination for children and our families has caused a low morale, retention issues, and distrust of management and leadership altogether. We are...
Thank you. Again, for anyone whose statement is cut off, if you want to make sure that the board hears the whole thing, you can either hand a printed copy to the clerk or email to the clerk of the board your full statement, and it will go into the public record. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Marissa Moreno, and I have been working for the county for 15 years. I am a DOS and clerical steward. I am here today to ask you to intervene in all the add and delete codes for clerical staff, as the current executive team of DFCS disregards the clerical staff to add more management positions for the executive team. They do not respect the meet and confer process and have already started to reorganize the clerical staff. Please review the organizational charts, which clearly show an excess of managers and not enough staff on the ground to assist the public. These unfair and non-transparent practices by DFCS directors impact all of us. Without clerical staff, DFCS cannot function properly. If management does not respect the workers, from clerical to social workers, how can our children, families, and communities trust that management will do what is necessary to implement support and professional practice to assist them in a time of hardship?
My name is Mary Ann Waddell. I am a supervisor at the hotline, and I'm also the vice chair for the supervisor chapter board. I am asking you to hold DFCS executives accountable for their performance and decision-making process. Mandate the DFCS executives share a clear and detailed reorganization plan, including how it will enhance the safety and care of children while providing security and protection to all workers. The only answer is more staff and supports, and a full partnership with frontline staff of all levels to ensure that we are included on ongoing assessments and improvements to ensure meaningful and effective structure changes in DFCS to keep the children and families safe in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
And I'll call forward the remaining 5 speakers: Blair Beekman, Diane Hanratty, Dee, Karen, and Haley.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Santa Clara County, and Mr. Williams. I'm a social worker 1 within Home Supportive Services, and I'm also the chief steward for DOS. As you may and others may be aware, we continue to experience chronic and systemic deficiencies and challenges, not only at IHSS, but Social Services Agency and the county as a whole. These are not limited to, but gross malice, deception, indifference that only continues to grow and compound existing and looming challenges ahead that are only going to get worse. Again, looming challenges that are only going to continue to get worse. We, the frontline workers, have many proven ideas to help bring about sustainable service delivery results. Please thoroughly exfoliate the lackluster, lazy, self-serving, and self-aggrandizing, mirror-loving, deceptive, and grossly incompetent, ineffective, visionless, indifferent, retaliatory, and combative management. When the team is not doing well, we don't get rid of the team. We get a new coach. Again, when the team is not doing well, you get a new coach.
You've been doing so well, just the waves. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, and thank you. My name is Karen Robinson, and I live in Mountain View. I came because since it's October 9th, it's been a year since the terrorist attacks in Israel. It's been a year of devastation since then. Devastation, I would say, amounts to genocide. It's a terrifying increase in violence, with a city formerly of 600,000 people just wiped away, bombed out, and quiet, with people moving 10 times to try to find safety, with apartment buildings in a capital of a country being bombed out. And still there's hostages that haven't come home, Israeli hostages. Still there's terrorism in Israel. Still people are living under occupation and under military law. Still people are in Israeli jails and administrative detention, really also hostages who don't get acknowledged. Anyway, I want everything to be acknowledged. It's a terrifying increase in violence. Santa Clara County is multicultural, which is why I live here, which is why many people live here. I wanted to thank you for item 47.0, recognizing CAIR with their tireless work. Please continue to combat Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and Arab hate, because we need it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Haley Witt. I reside in San Jose. I just want to encourage our supervisors and county executives to work with the city of San Jose in what we make investments in. So according to the city of San Jose's most recent quarterly investment report, tens of millions of dollars of our city funds are invested in corporations with direct ties to Israel, such as Caterpillar, Alphabet, and Microsoft. As residents of the diverse and multicultural city of San Jose, we refuse to be complicit in genocide. So I'm standing here in support of Palestinian and Palestinian Americans. We have the responsibility to do everything in our power to put pressure on Israel and on the corporations that enable Israel to stop the genocide and end the occupation.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good morning. I am Diane Hanratty, social worker for DFCS, and I've been a social worker for the majority of my career. I'm here today because it is time for us to hold the executive of DFCS team accountable for their lack of leadership. Management continues to violate our contract, reorganize the department, and we have been working with minimal staff. The current working conditions and lack of accountability on the executive team's part continues to demoralize the workforce and in turn negatively impact the families that we serve. We are asking that you intervene. We are asking that you intervene. We are asking that you intervene. DCFS team and make them accountable. We are tired of being blamed, and we would like them to be held for their mismanagement. Thank you for your time.
President Ellenberg, thank you for acknowledging October 7th in yesterday's public meeting, and yet you failed to acknowledge the genocide of 42,000 Palestinians killed since then. About 30,000 Palestinians live in Santa Clara County, contributing to business, laws, medicine, engineering, and art. I'm confused why you didn't recognize and honor the 16,500 Palestinian children, 11,000 women, 140 journalists, 224 humanitarian workers, 96,000 Palestinians injured, 700 Palestinians in the West Bank that have been killed, and the largest child amputee population. And the 2,873 Palestinians held in administrative detention, which is terror. They're not charged with anything. I believe divest equity inclusion includes
Thank
that.
you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Blair Beekman. This is one of the last public meetings of some of our supervisors, so I wanted to be around and say hi to everyone. So hi. A real good luck in addressing with Gavin Newsom's crackdown on homeless issues. To question, has our own policies around sweeps issues, has that gone a little lax? Are we being a bit more humane even before Gavin Newsom's crackdown? It's time we consider how to bring back a good sweeps process, a humane process. Good luck with Israel. I've just learned that there's a large contingency in the U.S. that did not want to negotiate with Hamas. Balance is important for this issue. Why aren't we negotiating? And then to conclude, how does this work with ideas of fostering war, continual war? And what have you done to not work towards continual war? Thank you.
And that concludes our in-person speakers. We'll now go to our public speakers.
Thank you. And reconfirming, we have 20 speakers.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is David Stiles. David, I've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You'll have a minute to speak.
Santa Clara County has squandered an opportunity of accessing nearly $450,000 in federal funds from the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which were dedicated to and could have improved San Martin Airport. This decision contrasts sharply with other public use airports in California, which has benefited from the funding for projects like taxiway upgrades, terminal construction, and safety improvements. The money was obligation-free funding, not FAA AIP grants that would have supported desperately needed airport infrastructure improvements. Meanwhile, a tenant of San Martin Airport had to pay to have all the urine-soaked bathrooms cleaned because the county fired the vendor that used to clean them because they were too expensive at $60,000 a year, and county staff were not cleaning them. Come see why other counties and airport directors are laughing at Santa Clara County at fixsanmartinairport.com. Fixsanmartinairport.com.
Thank you. Our next speaker is iPhone 56. I've asked you to unmute.
Yes, hello, good morning. We should listen to all these social workers who are saying that management needs to be held accountable. Let me tell you that Damian Wright, Wendy Kinnear-Rausch, and Daniel Little, they all know that my son has reported that my ex-wife was letting somebody anally rape him beginning at the age of 13. And the other kids are showing the same type of sexual abuse, and the county is refusing to even provide my kids a screening. And they at least deserve a screening. But the county is refusing because my former attorney, Valerie Houghton, she wants the abuse to continue because I made reports about her misconduct. And that should not prevent the county from providing my kids a screening. Please, fire these people. They are endangering our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth. Ruth, I've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for recognizing PANS and PANDAS. My daughter has PANDAS and it's been challenging. My heart goes out to all of our children. They all deserve love and care, and this includes the tens of thousands of Palestinian children. Yesterday, the board honored the victims of October 7th. Every day is October 7th in Palestine over the last year. If there's no red line on the indiscriminate killing of children, how can we trust you to be our voice and protect our children here? The younger generation is watching this genocide live, fully funded by our money, the money that could go back in our community. I want my kids to have a future and their trust that I spoke up for these innocent babies. Please use your voice and recognize this reality and how it's affecting the trust in our community and the deep grief that spans the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Musa Tariq. Musa, I've asked you to unmute.
Hi, I'm Musa with the San Francisco Bay Area Office of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Supervisor Lee for adopting a commendation recognizing CARE SFBA's dedication and service in improving the quality of life for the residents of Santa Clara County. This weekend, we're celebrating 30 years of fostering the understanding of Islam, protecting civil rights, promoting justice, and empowering American Muslims. Over the last 3 decades, we've provided essential legal services, advocated for civil rights, championed policies that protect marginalized communities, and combated Islamophobia. Unfortunately, 2023 was one of the worst years of anti-Muslim hate recorded in CARE's 30-year history, worse than after Trump's Muslim ban. We deeply value the opportunity to continue working with the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors to protect and empower the Santa Clara Muslim community, especially in light of the genocide in Gaza and subsequent historic rise in Islamophobia. CARE San Francisco Bay Area is proud to have called Santa Clara our home over the last 30 years. Here's to the next 30 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ana Marie Villalobos.
Good morning. I'm here to address the crisis caused by the Santa Clara County Board of Education. I'm asking that you call on the appropriate authorities, either at the state or the local level, to investigate the way the Board of Education is operating. They're exceeding their jurisdiction, their violation of the Brown Act, and their misuse of public funds for costly legal fees. I believe that this investigation would lead to and receive and perhaps update the county charter to change to either an elected superintendent of education or an appointed board, which is interested in supporting students, families, and districts in our county. The termination of Dr. Dewan is unconscionable. She has worked to unite this county in services for children and families throughout the county and has done an incredible job to create a very inclusive and nationwide well-known.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Madamba.
Hello, thank you. Hello, thank you. I'm Bonnie, and I'm here to talk about honoring Palestinian life. And Americans suffer from paying for medical treatments, care coverages, hospital beds in Santa Clara County, and a lot of untruthful to cover up the true Palestine and their families. Our taxes go to concentration camp, and it's from Israeli apartheid. We need to honor and acknowledge Palestinian life as the Israeli occupation bombs and kills innocent people, churches, hospitals, women and children, and all the men. And this is all for colonial expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Townley.
Hi, I'm here in support of the comments from Sean Cartwright. I'm a person with lived experience of homelessness, a person who has lived in permanent supportive housing, and now I'm an advocate. I just want to say that she has such credibility. She is out there every day helping people in encampments. She goes out every day, and every night she's writing things to give comment and get people to understand what's happening out there. And it seems that nobody is listening. We need to do no harm. We have the highest number of people who have died in the heat this year, and I have no doubt it's because we have done harm to people by chasing them around in the heat and not providing them with shelter and not transitioning people from the Sunnyvale shelter correctly. We have to do no harm. We must do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Audrey.
Hi, my name's Audrey Paulson. I'm come to speak about Regional Medical Center and the county buying us. I've been with HCA for 35 years, 30 at Good Sam, and the last 5 at Regional. I am on the PPC at Regional, and my role is to represent nurses. And I'd like to state that although CNA states its members all want CNA as their representation, that's not necessarily true. Many of us look forward to working with RNPA in the county. We look forward to the transparency, equal treatment, and bringing Regional back to the level of care that the staff can provide when given the support they need. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie.
Hi, my name is Kari Crawford. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm here to comment on the recognition of October 7th by Board President Ellenberg yesterday, as well as I'd like to appreciate the commendation of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. My comment is this: if you are going to recognize October 7th, you should recognize it as the day America finally started paying attention to the real atrocity, the 75-year genocide of the Palestinian people by the settler, colonial, Zionist state of Israel. A genocide which the US federal government is the primary funder and enabler. But even just from that day forward, we saw the genocide escalate in a way that has never before seen in history. I remember all the most heart-wrenching, cruel moments of violence and cruelty that just boggles the mind. Schools, hospitals, safe zones.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Whitford.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jamie Whitford, and I'm a Santa Clara County resident. The Santa Clara County Board of Education has created an urgent crisis by terminating our Santa Clara County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Dewan. The SCC BOE's actions are being questioned by state legislators, along with many district superintendents and trustees. 4 more SCC BOE trustees, community and union leaders, as well as students and staff. The SCC BOE has repeatedly acted outside of their jurisdiction, and there is currently zero oversight. Our community needs the Board of Supervisors to take urgent action. We respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to revise County Ordinance NS 300.931 to ensure accountability of the Board of Education and to ensure qualified individuals fill those seats. Those who are committed to public education will follow policies and will adhere to the law. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kamal Saif.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm just here to remind people about kind of like, it was a beautiful show of the medical staff that spoke today, and in the light of that, I would like just to remember the 500 medical staff workers that's been killed in Gaza by the Israeli army in the last year, and others like almost the same number that's been detained in prisons, making up like 4% of the healthcare workers being in prison or being killed. And it's, if you want to remember something, like if you want to mention October 7th, you have to mention what's happening before, what's happened before, and what's happening right now. So we have to be fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is In.
Thank you. It's been a year of Israel bombing orphanages and schools and hospitals, a year of being told that we do not in fact see what we see as the American public, a year of elaborately fashioned headlines that fail to call Israel what it truly is, a violent genocidal ethno-state, a year of aid workers and 500 medical staff and physicians intentionally targeted and killed by Israel, a year of intentionally blocked aid by Israeli citizens, a year of can you believe who stay silent, a year of Israeli soldiers wearing Palestinian women's lingerie, blindfolded men, and more than 10,000 assaulted Palestinian prisoners. It's been a year of war criminals lecturing on victimhood, bombed evacuation routes, shredded, dismembered Palestinian babies, mass graves. A year of waiting for you, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, to acknowledge this genocide and your hurting community. Another year has passed and you're silent. We ask you, we urge you to do the right thing and speak out against this genocide. Stand by your hurting community and make our taxes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen.
Hello, my name is Eileen. I am an ICU nurse at Regional, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 73 out of 73 ICU nurses who voted to move forward with RNPA. It has been brought to our attention that the sale of Regional to the county may be in jeopardy due to the unwillingness of the CNA union to waive their successorship rights. CNA is misleading the county and its nurses with incorrect information, despite what the RNPA reps presented. In the past and presently, CNA is acting in a way that is not in our best interest, and we're tired of it. We are invested in the sale of Regional to the county. We have seen delays of care because of limitations to services. Staff throughout the hospital are being canceled and not working. If CNA truly cares about its members and the patients, please waive your successorship rights to the county so the county can move forward and we can go back to doing what we do best, helping our patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is J&L.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Forced displacement is a crime, from the sweeps here of our unhoused neighbors to Palestine. All over the world, the Palestinian voices were finally heard. The ethnic cleansing of the land is finally understood. The goal of land theft and total colonization was clear. The Zionist project of Israel has used October 7th to justify war crimes, apartheid, and religious extremism. But across Santa Clara County, we have risen up against this. We have learned that this did not begin October 7th. Those in power are turning a blind eye to what Zionism is. It's racism, it's genocidal, it's wrong. To ignore history and deny Palestinians a voice is wrong. Israel is now bombing Lebanon. They are calling for a greater Israel. The expansion through murder of Arabs across the Middle East is wrong. History has its eyes on us. Let's choose the side of the oppressed, not the oppressor. International law makes it clear. Resistance is justified. To kill one child is wrong. Over 14,000 Palestinian children are now murdered because we are not choosing to stay on the right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eva Tang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I am Eva Tang. I have been almost a lifelong resident of Santa Clara County. I was born and raised here. I find it a little ironic that you would, in the same week, recognize CARE for their amazing work here in the Bay Area, but also refuse to acknowledge the absolute murder and destruction of so many of CARE members' families. And so I really want you to acknowledge that this genocide in Palestine and now also in Lebanon is happening, and we cannot turn a blind eye to this destruction, not in this day and age. Please show some compassion, divest from Israeli companies because they're.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isa.
Good morning. I'm an ICU nurse at Regional Medical Center. I stand before you on behalf of my fellow nurses to express our support for the county's continued commitment to our services with the purchase of Regional Medical Center. We believe it's essential for our NPA to represent us moving forward, and we need CNA to please understand our urgent needs, which is restoring the essential services our community requires as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Hedges.
Good morning. I'm calling you today because I'm so upset about the 15 heat-related deaths of unhoused people in Santa Clara County. As Sean and Deborah said, this is a direct result of the actions and inaction of our Office of Supportive Housing. The way they've been treating people at the Sunnyvale shelter is absolutely unconscionable and in complete violation of all the promises they and their contractor, Bell Wilson Center, made to the Board of Supervisors when the contract was being approved. When the office was claiming that they only received one bid and didn't even, and like we later found out they rejected WeHope's bid without even letting the county know, the supervisors know it existed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fatima.
Hi, my name is Fatima Jenna. I wanted to comment on yesterday's Board of President recognizing the victims of October 7th and not recognizing Palestinians. And I want to remind you all that history did not start on October 7th. The settler colonial project of Zionism began in the late 1800s, and in 1948 needed to expel and murder a quarter of the Palestinian population, and their ongoing occupation has turned into a genocide. The Israeli apartheid regime has indiscriminately been bombing churches, mosques, schools, hospitals, snipers purposely targeting children, and now they've extended their plan into Lebanon. And there needs to be some recognition for Palestinian lives and Palestinian suffering. And I'm asking on the board to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker who had their hand raised before we close the queue was Wahula Smith Khan.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is a comment for your comment yesterday on October 7th. You casually mentioned 40,000 Palestinians dead and 16,000 of them children, without mentioning that this is a genocide. Every day we've been making up to massacres after massacres, and in year 2, Israel is starting a genocide of another region. When will you have the guts to say anything about the suffering of the Palestinian people? Just to say about October 7th and not mention that Israel killed hundreds of its own people in Hannibal Directive, that there's overwhelming evidence of this. Please have some humanity. Stop the sweeps of our unhoused and say something about the genocide of the Palestinian and Arab people. Thank you.
And this does conclude our speakers.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the consent calendar, item 7, and I will turn first to you, Rhonda, to read the consent calendar as it now appears.
Thank you. I'll start with the statement. Items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Latine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 4 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure. And on with the consent calendar. Request from Supervisor Chavez to delete items number 5C and 8. Item number 5C is to present commendation for John Carlos in recognition of his lifelong commitment to global human rights, social justice, and community building. Item number 8 is to approve a referral to administration to report to the board by November 5th, 2024, with options for consideration relating to Human Trafficking Commission. There's a request from Vice President Lee to add items number 13 and 14 to the consent calendar. Item number 13 is to approve the Third Amendment to the agreement with Kinship Adoptive Foster Parent Association relating to providing summer camp and enrichment activities program services, increasing the maximum contract amount to $1,193,200 with no change to the term of the agreement. Item number 14 is to approve retroactive Fourth Amendment to agreement with Seneca Family of Agencies relating to providing integrated visitation services program services, increasing the maximum contract amount to $6,093,273 and extending the agreement for a 12-month period through June 30th, 2025. There's a request from administration to hold item number 15th to November 5th, 2024. Item number 15 is to receive a report from the Juvenile Welfare Office of the Ombuds Social Services Agency relating to implementing recommendations and improvement updates. There's a correction to item number 25. The recipient of the sponsorship should be listed as Morgan Hill Kiwanis Youth Fund. Item number 25 is county sponsorship of Morgan Hill Kiwanis Youth Fund in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 1 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2024-2025 budget to support the 5th annual Youth Mariachi Concert. There's a correction to item number 37. Possible action A should read as follows. Item number 37, approve request for appropriation modification 28 for $990,050, increasing expenditure appropriations in the Office of Supportive Housing budget relating to a loan to Charities Housing Development Corporation or affiliate to support the affordable housing development. And this concludes our consent calendar update.
Thank you very much. I'll look to Supervisor Simitian first.
Thank you, Madam President. As is my custom, I will indicate that we've been advised that certain items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Latine Act as indicated in the language in our published agenda. And today specifically, we've been advised that items 19, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 37, 38, 43, 48, 49, and 50 on the consent calendar may be subject to the Latine Act. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you. I will go on to say that I have been advised that I've received contributions in the last 12 months totaling more than $250 from Jeff Bradley, who I am told is a signatory to the proposed contract with Metropolitan Planning Group, which does business as M Group, and that's at issue in item 48. Therefore, based on the advice of counsel, I am recusing myself from voting on item 48. I am, however, further advised that because the item is on the consent calendar, I am not required to leave the room or step away from the dais for the deliberations, and I may remain during the board members' votes on other items and that item as well. Finally, I would just ask on item 19, which is a quick question of our county executive. This is a contract with the folks at Rural Metro relating to providing inter-facility emergency ambulance transportation services, increasing the maximum contract amount and extending the agreement for a 54-month period. I read this, and I just want to be very clear and get it on the record, quite frankly, that this in no way limits, inhibits, constrains the process going forward of actually putting out an RFP and or contracting for ambulance services more broadly. Through the chair, if I may, Mr. Williams, is that correct?
That is correct, and this is a separate agreement from the 911 emergency agreement.
Thank you, Madam President. For the moment, that's all I have. I may have a bit more in a while.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, President Allenberg. Just a couple of items. First, I wanted to say I'm comfortable with item 13 being put on consent, and I did just want to say a very special thank you to the staff that have been working on that body of work. It keeps kids active in the summer and safe, and I'm just really thrilled that the program keeps expanding and also being maintained even during tough times, because those are really our foster youth and they're all of our children. Item 32 and 33, I'd like to remove from consent, and they are both relating to the arts, and I just based on your feedback about not giving too much information during consent, I'm heeding your call there.
If it's just comments, it's fine. If it's direction, let's hold it.
It might end up being direction. Thank you. And then item 36, this is the referral report. And one question that I had is, or maybe just a comment, and I'll leave it to a future board to make a direction, is that I think when something is closed on the referral docket, we should get a confirmation from the author of the referral that there's concurrence that the item has been completed. And that's really for you all to think about in the future, because I won't be here, but it's something that concerned me. There were a couple closes, and I thought, nope, I'm going to talk to James before I leave about those. So item number 44, this is the trauma recovery work being done by the DA's office. I am going to pull that because I'd like to make potentially direction. And then on item 60, this is Roads and Airports working with Post and other organizations relative to believe it or not, newts. And I just wanted to say to the staff, thank you. I know it took a long time to be protective of these little newts, but thank you for doing it. That's all my comments.
Vice President Lee.
Thank you. I would like to talk a little bit about item number 31, which I'm okay to leave on the consent. I want to state that we certainly understand the importance of providing accurate language services to our county residents. as we have heard from earlier today during the commendation period, the Latine doctor's story of how often that we have immigrant families that the kids are translating for the parents when they see the medical provider. And that's something that happens so often in all the Latino communities, Asian communities I have experienced, and that's something that the need for language access is so important. And this contract increase shows us that this need is still very visible. And when it comes to our healthcare system, so I want to continue to explore continuing this work, but also with the advance of AI being more and more prevalent and good in terms of these work, I would like to also look into the option to help many of the basic translation when it comes to intake, like on website. We've seen AI systems improve, and I'm informed that TSS is heavily looking into this as an option. So I'm looking forward to seeing this come to a board. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
May I just on that point, I also, as that happens, I would love it if we could include, you know, as you're thinking about it, that the evaluation of the current system, because I think it would help us determine the needs relative to AI, would be of value.
Thank you, colleagues. Item 31, the second amendment to the language line services, I will keep on consent. The item is a contract extension for interpretation services, and I wanted to just once again highlight the importance of language accessibility. As mentioned in the legislative file, our county is home to the highest percentage of foreign-born residents in the state, and more than 20% of residents identify as limited English proficient. This is a meaningful investment, and I encourage our IGR team to pursue outside funding for language services, which would alleviate the impact on our departments, which ultimately rely on the general fund. In the meantime, thank you to OBA and our department leaders for monitoring usage trends, allocating resources to support the increasing demand for interpretation services. Let me go on to 58 and then come back. Item 58 is the military equipment use policy for the Office of the District Attorney, and consistent with my prior vote, I will abstain. I'm going to note on item 47O, the commendation for care. I support the language of the commendation that is that recognizes the very good and laudable work that this organization does locally for community members. I need to say that I found both incorrect and offensive some of the statements that were made, particularly about what I said yesterday. And I'm going to just restate the first paragraph. Late last year, on October 7th, Hamas terrorists carried out a horrific attack on Israel, killing nearly 1,200 people and taking another 251 people hostage. Since then, Israeli attacks on Gaza have killed nearly 40,000 Palestinians, including more than 16,000 children, according to Gaza's health ministry. Millions more have been displaced. Israelis in northern Israel have been displaced as a result of attacks by Hezbollah coming from Lebanon. Iran has fired missiles into Israel. I am fully aware of what has happened since October 7th. This was acknowledged yesterday. This has been a disastrous year for tens of thousands of human beings, and the situation is catastrophic. I also found troubling statements that I believe extend far beyond legitimate criticism of Israel's government's actions in Gaza to what I felt, listening as a Jewish American, was an anti-Semitic characterization of the illegitimacy of the entire country of Israel. And I am just really struggling right now. I'm going to support the commendation because of the local work. But I am feeling hurt, and this is difficult.
Through the chair. Forgive me, Madam Chair, your voice dropped off in the last part. I heard you say you would support the commendation, but, and I just did not hear the last few words. If I could ask you to repeat them if you can recall.
But I'm feeling very hurt.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that item 47O be pulled from consent and that it be heard in its regular place on the agenda. I suspect it'll be a difficult conversation, but I think it's a conversation we should have rather than simply moving on the item on consent.
As you wish.
Thank you.
Do we have public speakers on the consent calendar?
I do have one public speaker in person and one public speaker on consent. Or, I'm sorry, on Zoom. My apologies.
Go ahead, let's hear the speakers, please.
All right. Our first speaker in person is Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. I wanted to thank our supervisors for their years of work, and it's been a real honor to be around and learning the process. I'm 55. I'm only just learning the process. So thank you for your efforts. It was a good learning experience for me. Thank you for the words of Councilperson, or Supervisor Ellenberg, who is going through a lot in her explanation. Balance is important with this issue. We do not talk enough about balance and how to really show that and share that with each other. I hope we can. Good luck how we can. And thank you to Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing out the ideas of language issues and language funding. We created English-only laws in the 1980s that we follow to this day in California that is pretty much the standard of our lives that we don't much think about, but I think had a really bad effect on our lives, how we consider language and how we just communicate. It was horrific at that time, yet it is a regular part of our lives now, and it's we're trying to make amends for that. Good luck in our efforts to continue those efforts, what we're doing right now. And to conclude, you have an issue on 47O, or not O, but 47, I can't remember its number, about Taiwan Celebration Day items, or an item. Just 25 years ago, we were working hard to negotiate a peace settlement between China and Taiwan. We are not anymore. Why has that happened? This should be more than a Republican-Democratic Party issue. I think we should work and negotiate towards peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Our speaker on Zoom is iPhone 56.
Yes, I'd like to speak to item 42, the Parent Project Facilitator. And I just wanted to, I think it's a good idea. We need to get parents help who need help with troubled children. I think it's a good thing to spend money on. But I also think that we need to acknowledge what was said at the Child Ad Hoc Committee meeting, the last one. There was a stat that came out. Over half the children who are in juvenile hall had a call at some point to the CANC Center reporting child abuse or neglect. And I think it's really important because, I mean, my own children are being sexually abused and the county is refusing to do anything about it, including the Office of the District Attorney. And I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that at some point my children could potentially become a part of the juvenile justice system or as adults, they could enter the criminal justice system because of the anguish that they've suffered as a result of the county's negligence in addressing the sexual abuse that they're right now undergoing. And I mean, I think it's really inhumane that the county is so indifferent about this, because essentially, I mean, the book is going to be thrown at them, and you're going to say, oh, what terrible people they are, what terrible kids they are, when there's something that you could do right this moment, right this minute. You could get them a screening, either confirm or disconfirm the sexual abuse that's going on, that my son is already confirmed, and do something about, I mean, at least do that much. Thank you for your time.
And that does conclude our speakers.
Thank you, Rhonda. Let's vote, please. Oh, did we have a motion?
We do not.
So moved, Chavez.
Second.
Motion by Chavez, second by Lee.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Aye, with the recusal on item 48 as indicated, and with the understanding that item 47.0 will be taken up in its regular place on the agenda.
Thank you. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
And President Ellenberg?
Yes, again with the aforementioned recusal.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. The county executive report is item 9.
Yes, good morning. Just a few items to share with folks. First, our Registrar of Voters is hard at work preparing for the November 5th election, which is now less than a month away. RV has hired over 1,700 extra help staff to assist with election efforts. Yesterday, ballots were mailed to more than 1 million registered voters in the county. I've actually already received mine, and I know many others have as well. And voters should expect that their ballots should arrive this week. All 109 ballot drop box locations are now open and available 24 hours a day, and early voting at the registrar's office began yesterday and will continue through the election. Wanted to give a quick update on some of the activity going on with the county and Santa Clara Valley Healthcare's efforts to acquire Regional Medical Center. We're continuing to work through due diligence and many, many other efforts associated with the acquisition process itself. One thing that I wanted to share is we did host an employee town hall forum last week at Regional, had great turnout of employees. We've also been trying to answer questions as they've come up and have created an FAQ specifically for regional employees, which can be found at esa.santaclaracounty.gov/RMC. We'll continue to keep those FAQs posted and updated as additional information is known and as we progress through the process. I finally just wanted to share a couple of very successful events recently. Last week, our county's Office of Veterans Services hosted the second annual Veterans Stand Down event at the county fairgrounds. Over 100 organizations participated. More than 1,250 veterans and their families were connected to employment assistance, legal aid, mental health resources, health screenings, and many other resources. This year's event included California's first ever claims clinic with direct federal Veterans Benefits Administration support, which helped more than 400 veterans file for benefits during the event. Also, 124 veterans had their VA compensation and pension exams conducted directly on site, saving months of waiting time to obtain benefits. I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to our Veteran Services Office and Social Services Agency for their leadership to make that event a success. And in late September, ESA hosted a fall networking event which provided job seekers with the opportunity to learn more about delivering public service, working at the county, and our employment opportunities. 20 departments participated. We had more than 1,300 registered attendees. A huge thank you to the ESA team and the many departments that participated in those efforts as well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. County Council.
May I ask just a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, of course.
No problem. No problem. I just, first of all, I wanted to say the staff that led the the stand down, they were amazing, and the county fairgrounds rarely looked better. It was really amazing. One thing I wanted to raise that I thought was particularly important about that event was the pilot program of actually being able to sign veterans up for services with a one-day turnaround. That doesn't happen anywhere. This is like a 6-month, sometimes years and years. And so I wanted to laud the leader of that department and just say how much I appreciated the work in getting that pilot here in our community. And if it works, I think we ought to figure out a way to make that a more permanent fixture in our county. I think it would be to our benefit and certainly to the benefit of the veterans. I did want to raise one issue, James, that I wanted to just put on your radar, and that is, as we're doing work, especially where we're leasing buildings or we're doing contract work, I would appreciate if we could raise for the board when there are key policies that will be, key policies that the board has put in place that won't be utilized. And I want to use one example, and that is with the Bascom clinic, or actually, it's not a clinic, it's massive. What would you call it?
It's primarily a clinic.
A medical center.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big medical center. But because it is a lease relationship, we're not using project labor agreements, even though that's a policy of the board. I do know they check for area median income, but it's not, the policy is project labor agreements are used if it's over I think 2 million. And the other is, I was thinking a lot about this, even related to a policy that I pulled off the agenda, which is our arts policy, our 1%, because even though that's being built, and we're actually, the relationship is a lease to buy, we're not utilizing that policy in that facility. And there may be others, but I'm more raising that, colleagues, for you, but also to say to Mr. Williams that there should be a mechanism for reporting out when our contractual relationship may dramatically impact policies that are priorities of the board. You've done that in the past when off agenda, if something, for example, policies that relate to us making sure that any contractors paying women and men equally, if we can't get a certified payroll or something like that, you've alerted us. But in these instances, that didn't occur. So I more say that just because I think it's something that's worthy of discussion, particularly on projects that are big. Now, I recognize that all occurred before you were county exec, but it made me think more about how we are more deliberate when we know that there are implications to actions that we take in that relationship, because we could have, for example, restructured that lease agreement had we decided to at the time to address some of those issues. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. We're going to go to item 11.
Sorry, President Ellenberg, number 10 next.
Of course.
Yep. There were no reportable actions taken at the October 7th special closed session meeting, and that concludes my report.
That being said, Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Through the chair, during public comment, we heard a number of comment from folks concerned about situation at the County Office of Education, and I know that because the item's not agendized, it would not be appropriate or lawful for us to take any action on that today. I do, however, think that two issues that were raised, which are in some ways connected, in some ways quite separate and distinct, which is the issue of an elected superintendent, which is the norm in California, as opposed to a superintendent chosen by the Board of Education, County Board of Education, and the other issue being the appointment process rather than the election process that some suggested for members of the County Board of Education. I think it would be helpful, and therefore I am going to request of the County Counsel's office at this time that we get a memo, confidential or otherwise, as the County Council deems best, outlining what the board's roles, responsibilities, if any, are in this area. My own understanding of the area is that there are some charter issues that are relevant in the first instance with respect to appointment versus election, or selection, I guess I should say, rather than election of the county superintendent, and that there are some ordinance issues on the second matter which is the question of appointment rather than election of board members. So I think for this board or a subsequent board to be able to look the public in the eye and say we understand the issues, we first need to be able to say we've got the legal advice that would be necessary to exercise informed judgment. So I would, and then I have one more thing to say briefly after, if I can make that request of County Council.
We're happy to provide information to the Board of Supervisors off agenda on that point.
Thank you. I have no expectation about timing, and so if someone says you didn't say when you need it or want it by, I'm just trying to sunshine the fact that I have no expectations about timing. And the other thing I did want to say, Madam Chair, is that, again, because the item is not agendized today, no one should infer any point of view on my part by virtue of asking for the information. It may or may not be here in time for this board as currently constituted to consider, but I simply think that the next step, having heard from the community on the issue and having heard previously about the issue of elected versus appointed, it's time to say, let's at least make sure we understand the lay of the law on this set of items. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 11. This was deferred from our last meeting, the Senior Care Commission membership and accessibility. Hi, Curtis, thank you. Again, thank you to you and your team for the comprehensive report outlining the issues that the Senior Care Commission has faced post-pandemic. As was requested by my colleague, my office reached out to all Senior Care Commission members. 4 publicly responded with supportive comments to the proposed motion to reduce the membership. The motion today, which I'll make in a moment, is only the first step. There will be at least 2 additional opportunities for members of the commission to weigh in on this matter. We have copies of the motion to distribute. It is identical to the motion that I distributed at the last meeting, other than the fact that the report date has been changed from October 22nd to November 5th. So my motion would be number 1, to move to accept the report, and 2, to direct County Council to return to the board on November 5th, 2024, with options for reducing the membership of the commission to 13 members to assist with achieving quorum. The report back should include an option for each supervisor to appoint 2 members, one of whom shall be aged 60 or older, with the remaining 3 members appointed by the President of the Board of Supervisors. These 3 members should represent nursing homes, residential care facilities, or support services such as adult daycare or home health care, or advocate groups such as long-term care ombuds or city senior commissions, or the county's designated area agency on aging. And 3, direct County Council and the clerk of the board no later than December 31st, 2024, to establish a written policy and instructions as to the implementation of Attorney General's opinion number 23-1002, that the ADA allows remote participation as a reasonable accommodation for commission members with a qualifying disability that precludes in-person attendance at meetings subject to the Brown Act and other legal requirements.
Second.
Thank you. I would hope for a second. Thank you for the second. Supervisor Chavez, we'll see if there are public comments, and then I will come back to my colleagues for any additional comments. Supervisor Smitty, your light is on. Are you all right to wait until the end of public speakers?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Rhonda, do we have public speakers on this item?
We do. I currently have 2 public speakers in chambers and none on Zoom.
All right. I'll make one additional call for Zoom speakers. If you'd like to speak on this item, now's the time to raise your virtual hand. I will close the queue before the first in-person speaker begins speaking.
It's holding at 0.
Holding at 0. All right, we'll close the queue and hear from our speakers in person.
All right. Our speakers are Francis J. Crossman and Carmen Brammer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, supervisors. My name is Francis J. Crossan. I am a newly appointed member of the Senior Care Commission from District 5. Thank you, Supervisor Simidian, for that. I want to speak in favor of the recommendation. The work of the commission is vital to the health and welfare of county seniors. Whatever will enable better participation should be addressed. I can't say that I know which of the two options would work the best, but I leave that to your discretion. I'd like to make a couple of comments on two related issues. One is the issue of which is best, in-person participation or online. I have had the privilege over the last 20 years of being a member of 3 federal commissions related to the health care of seniors, including recently the chairman of the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission. And so I feel pretty strongly on this issue since I have experience with both forms of communication. My belief is that at least 50% of the meetings should be in person. The reason for that is that any commission or group that's going to be dealing with difficult issues is going to have the need for trust and relationship among the commissioners, which in my experience leads to better decision making. Now, I fully understand the difficulty of making it in person. I'm not without fault myself. I've already had to cancel my attendance at 2 of the meetings, which never happened. And finally, I'd just like to point out that I think that anything that can be done to make it easier for disabled commissioners to attend would be wise as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Carmen Brammer, the current chair of the Senior Care Commission and a constituent of District 1. I support the Corporate Board's recommendation to reduce the number of seats on our commission. I've been asking for this for over 2 years. It will enable our team to finally achieve a quorum. It is critical that our commission meet to continue to be the voice for our seniors. We as a county are 6 years away from experiencing an exponential growth of our older adult population, estimated to be between 20 to 25%. Our county is unfortunately behind being prepared to support families and their loved ones as they age. This will have a catastrophic impact on Black and Brown communities. In a June 2021 article, the NAACP shared that for Black aging adults, it's a crisis, a code red situation. I look to the Board of Supervisors to ensure that preparation for our aging adults is one of the top priorities that is routinely discussed. This includes the state's 2020 Master Plan on Aging, the 10-year blueprint for prioritizing the health and well-being of our older Californians, and the need for effective policies that promote healthy aging. Let's work together to avoid a disaster in 2030 for our older adults.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I'm prepared to support the motion today. Thank you for giving it a couple of weeks so we could get clear buy-in from folks around the proposal, Madam President. And I wonder if the maker and the seconder are amenable to a request for a friendly amendment, which would be to simply bring the item back in 2 years for an assessment of how well this process has worked.
Sure.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, and I look forward to voting aye in a moment.
Okay, let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Because of the anticipated length of item 12, I'm going to take a couple of items a little bit out of order right now. And before the lunch break, we're going to hear items 32 and 33. that were pulled by Supervisor Chavez, after which we will break for 30 minutes and then return to hear item 12. And I need to step away. I'm going to ask Vice President Lee to manage the meeting for items 32 and 33. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 32 is to approve the allocation for the fiscal year on county transit occupancy tax revenues for SV Creates for use in current fiscal year.
Great, and colleagues, if I'm allowed, I'll take 32 and 33 together, and
Sure.
so I'll ask council if that's okay. And I want to start by saying the reason I wanted to pull 32 off is I wanted to just say a very sincere thank you to Ms. Gallegos, because when I got here, we had a sort of a little bit of a passive approach to how we handled the arts. And one of the things that we really dove into was making sure that everybody was paying the transit occupancy tax that they should, and that what that required us to do was to create a whole new system of business license and other things so that our Airbnbs and VBROs and that kind of thing that were being utilized in the county could actually be contributing to this. And what that meant was during COVID, because of Sylvia's really good work, is that we didn't have a dip like other folks did for their arts organizations, because we'd actually found new groups of people that really should have been paying the tax. And so, Sylvia, I really just wanted to say thank you for catching that, and thank you for playing such a significant role in fixing that, because it would have been easy for someone to say it's hard, we don't do business licenses, and you did not do that. So thank you. And that meant a huge difference, especially to our small arts group. So I just wanted to appreciate that. On item 33, the amendments look fine to me, but I wanted to make some additions. And colleagues, just as a reminder, because I don't know, Supervisor Lee, if you were here when we looked at that, and Sylvia, I'm sure we did it before you got here, but the other thing that we did when I got here is that we didn't have an arts policy, so we reached out to the city of San Jose to partner with them so that we would have an aligned arts policy. And as a matter of fact, we didn't bring on new staff. We actually partner with the city instead, which I think is just really smart. Here's what I'm concerned about. I have felt that we put in this policy for the 1%, and it's been a bit of a struggle in the organization to understand when and how the 1% is being used. So what I wanted to recommend and get your feedback on was if there was a process, and here's what I think the process would be, that when we're building something, that the arts contribution be culled out so we know what the 1% is being spent on, and that is presented to the board concurrent to the any other actions that come to the board relative to that construction or that investment process. And so I'm looking around to see if my colleagues have any concerns about that, or if that makes sense. Okay, great, I appreciate that. And then the second thing is, we do not apply the 1% to tenant improvements, and we spend a lot of money on TIs. So meaning that a building that we own already that we may be making improvements to, or a building that we're leasing that we could be making contributions to. And I was wondering, Sylvia, if the city of San Jose or other organizations actually attach the 1% to tenant improvements, or if you know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer immediately, but we're happy to provide that later today with respect to other organizations. We do have, as you noted, a 1% policy, and there are instances when TIs have been allocated, those kind of projects have allocated 1%. I think in the case that I overheard during the consent calendar with respect to Bascom Station, the difference is that that's a long-term lease as opposed to a project we're building. So I would offer that, at least internally, administration, our office, this function, has been working on updates to the 1% policy, because we have found with FAF a lack of clarity with respect to interpretation of it. And so we are currently engaged with the director of FAF and the deputy directors that are responsible capital projects. So we have a version that will provide more clarity for the organization, but it hasn't been reviewed, obviously, by council or the county executive yet.
Here's what I want to recommend. So I understood that that was a lease, and my point is, even when we're doing long-term leases, that we should be considering policies that are core, that we've already adopted. And so I was using that example specifically because, to me, that's a missed opportunity. But the tenant improvements, and I see, James, your light's on. Why don't I stop and let you jump in and then finish my thought?
No,
No,
go ahead.
please, go ahead.
No, I was just going to note that the item that's in front of the board is related to not the 1% arts policy itself. That's in Chapter 7. This item is just to provide an exemption from competitive bidding for items under arts, and I just, you know.
Yeah, I do understand that. It's just that I didn't know another time that I could have this conversation. So I recognize that, and I want to be able to give further direction. And the direction I would give is to have staff come back to the full board with, one, the clear policy, two, a mechanism for reporting out, and three, with a policy recommendation to the board around tenant improvements. And that would be my motion, and I would move both.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Have we opened the public hearing yet?
We have not, but we do not have any public speakers on these items.
I'll go and close the public hearing. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes,
Yes,
thank
okay.
you.
Let's do the roll call.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smedian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye as well.
President Ellenberg absent. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, and thank you, Sylvia, to you and your team. This was just a great body of work. Appreciated it.
Thank you. And I believe we will go and adjourn for lunch at this time for 30 minutes. So we will return at 12:35. Is that correct, everybody, colleagues? 12:35, yes?
Excellent.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Let's say 12:40. 12:40. Thank you. There we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is an announcement from the clerk. This meeting will reconvene at 12:55, changed from 12:40. One more time, this meeting will plan to reconvene at 12:55 p.m.
Good afternoon. It is 12:55, and I'm calling this meeting back to order following our recess. Hello, Anjane. Would you take roll, please?
Certainly. Supervisor Arenas is not back yet. Supervisor Chavez. Oh, there we go. Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Samidian. Vice President Lee.
Good afternoon,
and
President.
And President Ellenberg.
Good afternoon. I'm here as well.
We have a
We're going to
quorum.
pick up with item 12, the 2025 garbage recycling and organic franchise agreements. And this item requires a Levine Act announcement, please.
Item 12 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 4 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest in their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Good afternoon. Who's going to begin the presentation?
Good afternoon, Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive, and I'd like to introduce the Director of the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, members of the board. I am Edgar Nolasco, your Director for the Consumer Environmental Protection Agency. Today I have the pleasure of introducing item 12. Before we start, I just want to take a quick moment to recognize my team and our colleagues at the County Counsel's Office, the Procurement Department, and our Deputy County Executive, Gallegos, for her leadership. Putting this item has been a lot of work, and it's been a team effort. I also want to introduce my colleagues, Vanessa Marcejelas, Program Manager 2, Michelle Young, Senior Management Analyst 2, Senior Management Analyst, and behind me, Cliff Chu and Matthew Abraham. And we'll be putting up our presentation momentarily. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Vanessa Marcadeas, Program Manager for the Integrated Waste Management Services in SEPA. Today, staff has prepared for you a presentation for the approval to negotiate the county's new 2025 solid waste agreements. So the county's solid waste franchise agreement serves unincorporated Santa Clara County and provides the following services. The current agreement is running from July 1st, 2015 and expires of June of next year. A new service start date for a new agreement would be July 1st of next year through 2035. This is a map of the county's current service districts. In unincorporated, we have Recology to the east, Green Team to the west, and we have Green Waste to the south. So staff did bring the RFP key terms to Hewlett for input on September 21st and included these items here. And of note, I do want to mention there was an emphasis on prioritizing public education followed by enforcement for Senate Bill SB 1383, the new organics recycling law. In addition to implementing enhanced services based on customer input that we've received from our workshops, our in-person phone calls, and communications from our customers. Some of these enhanced services include one free bulky goods service per year, free landfill vouchers to support customers who can't attend in-person drop-off events, and additional public outreach. Staff then returned to the Board of Supervisors on October 17th, and the board provided valuable input to further incorporate into our RFP. And we also adopted the Hewlett Committee recommendations in the RFP. A couple of months later, we went to the board on December 12th with the full RFP for the board's review, and it was approved for staff's release. Now, based on the proposals received, staff had evaluated them using a multi-prong approach with a evaluation committee, 2 evaluation committees, one scoring on technical, one on costs, in addition to interviews of the proposed haulers. And based on that evaluation, staff recommends Green Team of San Jose for District West. Green Team was the only proposer for District West. They're currently the incumbent for that district. And they have also proposed to strategize vehicles for the hard-to-serve areas and phase in new flatland trucks. Then also are proposing a coordinator to enhance route performance and SB 1383 support and compliance. Staff also recommends green waste recovery for District South and East. This is a multi-district award. Green waste, they scored the highest both in technical and for the cost, so the lowest cost for all proposals. They own and manage the material recovery facility, so there is some cost control for that. They did offer a robust transition and collection strategy to minimize costs, and also offered the county a competitive Senate Bill 1383 processing and also compliance support. So both Green Waste and Green Team met all of the county's RFP requirements, which are listed here. Senate Bill 1383, a compliance support for monitoring and enforcement, wages and working conditions, worker retention, and new vehicles, and then also providing annual outreach work plans for customer service improvement. One of the things I did want to speak a little bit more to here is under wages and working conditions. From feedback received from Hewlett and the board, we really focused on revamping RFP Appendix I, which is the Comprehensive Information and Employee Working Conditions Appendix Survey, which covered different factors such as employee well-being, opportunity for growth in the company, basic benefits and wages as well. And so it was very important to highlight that both of the recommended haulers presented a very comprehensive answer to that. This is a table of the base services in the RFP. So requested base services, their description, and what the recommended haulers have proposed. Green Team for District West and Green Waste for the multi-district proposal in South and at East. The items highlighted in green are items that are proposed above the RFP minimum requirements, which staff will consider for potential removal through negotiations as a part of a cost-saving measure. This is the Green Waste District South rate impact multi-district award proposal. So there's no rate impact being proposed for this, and considerations include Green Waste being the current incumbent in this district, proximity to organics processing, a very competitive and less expensive SB 1383 monitoring proposal, as opposed to if staff were to conduct that ourselves. Green Waste District East rate impacts for the multi-district award for common services are proposing an average 5% increase. And considerations for this is District East would be a new service district for Green Waste, so additional route review and preparation would be required. Same SB 1383 monitoring services that are competitive and will be a big cost savings to the county, in addition to processing of commercial waste to help us with compliance. This is the proposed rate increase for Green Team for District West, and these are the rate impacts both for flatland and hard-to-serve areas. And the proposed increase is 27%. Staff wants to note that this 27 is a cap, it's a maximum. It is not the final rate increase, which we're hoping today with approval we could proceed with negotiations to see how we can lower that. Considerations for this district is that District West is a hard-to-serve area, which we'll get into with some more information in the next couple slides. The proposal of the dedicated coordinator to exclusively support District West complex service area. This position is different from a regular customer service position, which will fill some of the communication improvements that have been shared with the board and provided guidance to staff. So District West is a challenging district to serve. Some of these considerations include difficult terrain. We have steep, winding, and narrow roads. The homes for collection are highly dispersed. It's not the typical contiguous collection as in most flatland area and their counterparts. 21% of customers are categorized as hard to serve, which in this district is a little over 1,200 customers. District West does require smaller trucks for more frequent unloading and more routes, and this does require more drivers. And then also the dedicated outreach coordinator, which we have mentioned before.
These are a few pictures of the service conditions in District West. We have narrow roads, often some blind spots. We do have some steep terrain, which could be affected by weather conditions, or we can also experience some downed trees. And the last photo, we have some collection areas in which a truck navigating for collection may have some difficulty, and with potential of some oncoming road traffic. Staff will plan to reduce rates through negotiations, and for both green waste and green team, we're going to confirm all service levels with the providers and consider removing some of the items in that base service package chart. Request a best and final rate package at the end of negotiations, and in addition to for green team, staff will investigate the possibility of co-routing with adjacent cities in the West Valley Solid Waste Authority, which could result in a cost savings due to route efficiencies. So this is the timeline that we have presented in the RFP that has been adopted from the events from Hewlett input, board input, the release of the RFP to where we are now. And I do want to also note, adhering to the RFP timeline is critical for a number of compliance reasons, in addition to all the service improvements that have been presented to us, which we think are wonderful. So to comply with SB 1383 state mandates and fulfill the county's obligation to align franchise provisions with the county solid waste ordinance, which was updated in 2021. And the county did report to the state in its annual Cal Recycle report that we would do that with these franchise agreements. And so we do have a timeline in order to meet that compliance. Complying with 2023 California Air Resource Board Clean Fleet standards and implementing the service improvements and standardization identified through the customer input. And then also aligning administrative charges to cover current staff program costs. So those have increased and we need alignment with that as well. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to take any questions that the board has.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go first to the public for comments and then return to my colleagues for a motion and discussion. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have 5 speaker cards in chambers and no hands raised in Zoom.
All right, let me issue a last call for speakers. If you're in chambers and want to speak on this item, you should complete a yellow card, which is available at the table in the back of the room, and a clerk will deliver it to the front. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. I will close the speaking queue for both in person and on Zoom before the first person begins speaking. Are we holding it?
It looks like we're holding in chambers and in Zoom.
All right, then let's hear, you said 5 speakers in chambers
Yes.
and 0 on Zoom.
Okay.
All right, we'll close the queue at 5.
5 it is. We have a Tracy Adams, Tony Garcia, Sergio, Carl Minnie, Sean Baxter. I'm sorry, there was a 6th one hiding behind 5. Rod Smalley. Forgive me if I mispronounced that.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for having me here. My name is Tracy Adams. I'm the CEO of Green Waste. I've been there for 18 years. Sorry.
Excuse me, let me just ask through the chair if we could ask the clerk to bring the volume up, if that's okay.
Sure, and let's start the time again.
Thank
then,
you very
please.
much.
All right, better? We good? All right. My name is Tracy Adams. Thank you for having me here. I'm the CEO of Green Waste. I've been there for 18 years, the last 7 as a CEO for the company. As a reminder, Green Waste is based here in San Jose and Santa Clara County. I've been here for the last 40 years doing business. Currently, we have about 1,050 employees, 780 of them working in Santa Clara County. We currently operate 4 main collection depots. 3 of them are underneath collective bargaining agreements. Our agreement here, our depot here in San Jose is unrepresented at this point. I'd like to talk about a couple of highlights in our RFP. We have combined the 2 districts, and by doing that, we have been able to achieve the highest scores in the selection process, as well as offer the lowest cost to the residents in the South and the East District. We've also been offering some additional items such as extra e-waste and bulky good collections. As the staff said, they've asked us to negotiate with those. We also are offering SB 1383 compliance by using the state's only high diversion organics waste processing facility, which is our facility located here in San Jose. We are also offering to help the county with the procurement requirements of 1383 by offering discounted materials on required materials. In the RFP, we're required to live up to the industry standard wage or be under a CBA. Both standards have been vetted by county staff, and we have successfully met both of those standards. Both the county and the state do require us to retain drivers. Green Waste as a company has a long history of doing this. In Santa Clara County alone, we've brought over drivers in District C for San Jose, the city of Palo Alto, town of Los Altos Hills, and most recently we did offer employment to the companies for the 2 drivers that were doing the Santa Clara County facilities. Both of those drivers remained with their same company. I think it's key to note that the drivers have the choice to stay or to come over. In terms of transition, we transitioned.
Thank you, Tracy. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tony Garcia, a business agent with the Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm here today representing 70-plus union brothers and sisters that currently work under a collective bargaining agreement with the Operating Engineers and Green Waste Recovery that work out of the South County Watsonville facility. Green Waste Recovery currently have members that work in South Santa Clara County working on routes in Gilroy, San Martin, and Morgan Hill. The materials that are picked up on these routes get delivered to the MRF in Watsonville at their facility, which is also under the collective bargaining agreement with the Operating Engineers. I ask that you consider negotiating with Green Waste Recovery on securing a 10-year agreement for the South County Union facility. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Carl Minnie. I'm the Regional Vice President for Recology. On behalf of Recology employee owners, we appreciate being your service provider in the East District. One item not included in the staff report is where the driver positions will be located. Currently, Green Waste Recovery runs many of their South District routes from their Watsonville truck yard located in Santa Cruz County. By doing so, they have lower wages and benefits than if they were located in Santa Clara County. The staff report does not address where these drivers will be located if Green Waste Recovery is awarded the 2 districts, including the East Districts. Recology's proposal has all of its drivers located in Santa Clara County and represented by Teamsters Local 350. Recology's proposal includes competitive wages and benefits for a driver located in Santa Clara County. In addition, Recology is 100% employee-owned, so our drivers also share in Recology's success. In closing, if the location of these drivers is a concern for you and needs further discussion, we ask that you continue to keep Recology involved in that conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sergio Aranaga. I am currently the business rep that represents the trash haulers on picking up the east. We do have some concerns, like whether the trucks are being dispatched out of Santa Clara County, as we have some assumptions they're either being dispatched out of Monterey or Santa Cruz County. Leads to a couple of concerns. One is, what is the environmental impact, the carbon footprint, to have trucks coming from outside the county to service in Santa Clara County? But our biggest concern is through the collective bargaining process, we have an area standard that far out exceeds what's happening in Santa Cruz and Monterey County with a very competitive wage, with a full maintenance of benefits, fringe benefits, and a healthy retirement fund. These are what our members propose, what they could lose if the supervisors decide to move forward with the staff recommendation. So these are the concerns that we have. As a Teamster local, we'd like to protect our work, protect our members. So I would just ask that you guys take that in consideration. We would like those who are doing work in this county, come from this county, and continue to provide the great service that they have been providing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Sean Baxter. Been a member of Local 350 for the past 31 years. I've serviced here in the county of Santa Clara for all 31 of those years. I work with gentlemen that reside in this county. They were born and raised in this county, and putting this work to outside this county is just wrong, if you ask me. I mean, if you want to support your county, right, we're Recology.
County Supervisors, my name is Rod Smalley. I'm a senior business agent for operating engineers. I've dealt with green waste for the last 10 years, and I have seen the drivers come back and forth day in and day out. They're good, hard-working members of Local 3, and they are good members of our community. But let's get down to brass and tacks, okay? They've had this contract. They've had part of this contract. They still need this part of the contract. Why are you going to change something now that's worked for over the last 10+ years? Please, give it consideration. Green Waste is a good company. You're not a number. You're a family member. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to my colleagues for a motion or the beginnings of a discussion. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I want to just give the staff, just to start with, an opportunity to respond to any of the concerns that you heard, in particular the wage rates, and I'll come back to the second thing.
Good afternoon, Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive. We're going to project a slide, and it will show a comparison of the Recology and green waste driver rates. So you can see.
Not really. Got to stop. Go.
So
Okay.
that was, a couple of speakers commented on this. The drivers, as we understand it, would be deployed from Green Waste San Jose's facility for East District. They are unrepresented, but as you can see on the chart above, you can compare the Recology and Green Waste drivers' hourly rates, the benefits, the dollar value we attach to the benefits for total compensation. And you can see that the total comp for Green Waste would be $95.18, and for Recology, $87.24.
And could you just, you said something at the very beginning, Sylvia, that I missed about the deployment point. Could you say it again?
There were speakers that commented that I believe, I inferred this, that the drivers that would serve the East District would be deployed from Watsonville, or that's what I inferred from the comments. And I wanted to clarify that as we understand it from Green Waste, the drivers, the 5 drivers, we believe roughly 5 drivers they need to serve the East District would be deployed from San Jose.
Thank you. And I go ahead and leave that up if you wouldn't mind just for a moment, but I want to make sure I understood another point that one of the speakers made, and this was regarding the representation. So I think Tracy was saying that that one part of the district that you would be operating in is unrepresented and the other part is represented.
So for Green Waste, for their work in the South Garbage District, as I understand it, the drivers deploy from Watsonville, and those group of staff are represented by OE3. For District East, if we proceed with negotiating with Green Waste, they would deploy from the San Jose facility, and they are unrepresented.
Okay. And then I'm very interested in the sorting facilities also. Could you just talk a little bit about what facilities are going to be used by each provider, and a little bit, and whatever information you have from them? And colleagues, the reason I'm curious about this is that this speaks to an issue I was raising earlier about how we consider these contracts relative to overall costs, because my understanding is that work is pretty labor intensive, and so I'm curious about what are the partner organizations that are providing the sorting work.
Both the recommended vendors, both Green Team and Green Waste, use Green Waste's material recovery facility, which is located on Gish Road in San Jose. When we prepared the industry standard wage for the sorters, and this was at the request of the Hewlett Committee, specifically Supervisor Reyes, we surveyed 4 MRFs in Santa Clara County, including the Sunnyvale Smart Station, Republic's MRF, and then California Waste Solutions, San Jose MRF, to come up with an industry standard wage of $24.42.
And the wage rate at the Greenway Skish Road facility?
So the beginning wage rate at that facility is $22 an hour.
And is the median income level that you found, I mean, then are they below it?
So that figure, that hourly wage, is below the industry standard wage, which we established. So as part of the agreement, they would have to then, for our part of the material that they're recovering, would pay the $24.42 rate.
So to be clear, in a single facility, we would have potentially workers making different wages based on the who they're serving?
Yes.
Okay, and then when these contracts, and we were doing assessments of the contract costs overall, I'm presuming we used not just the wage rates of the drivers, but we also used the wage rates of the sorters to assess the value of the contracts, meaning that it was a good deal for us, or is that still part of the negotiating process?
The RFP contained an evaluation criteria, and it looked at a wide variety of factors, including our policy goals. So there's technical and operational capability, which is roughly 35 points, strength and experience, which is 20 points, and embedded in that was their ability to accomplish our county policy goals, including ensuring that we take care of, the most vulnerable workers. So as you know, we have a number of guardrails with respect to the RFP, including worker retention, labor peace, and now industry standard wages for both drivers and sorters. So that's part of the evaluation, and they were ranked based on the totality of their response, but that was a factor in the strength and experience category.
Sylvia, just to make sure I understand, so for all of the counties' collection, there's only one sorting facility?
There is one that the recommended proposers decided to use. And in fact, Recology, as I understand in their proposal, also was planning to use the Green Waste MRF.
And that's the only one we're going to be interacting with. Let me just say why I'm asking this question. One is that I am concerned about the wage rates for those workers. I'm also understanding, and is that location represented by a union?
No.
So, so then maybe you could talk through with me how labor peace would be achieved with that facility and frankly with the unrepresented workers. I read the document that you sent me, but to be honest with you, it sounded more like we will communicate, which is for me a concern, especially if there's no bargaining unit, there's no one, you can't collectively communicate with anyone at a facility. So I don't know if you all could give me your thoughts on how the assessments were done relative to labor peace. Again, just so I understand the thinking, in terms of how you made the assessments that labor peace could be achieved.
Each of the proposers were required to submit a labor peace plan, and they are required to submit them annually. So each of the proposers needed to describe how they would assure that no labor dispute or unrest would impact both our, county public health goals as well as economic interests. And specifically, They have to demonstrate their ability not to interfere with employees in the exercise of rights to form, join, or assist a labor organization for collective bargaining, respecting the rights of employees to bargain over wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment. They also have to describe strategies and actions that they would commit to manage and ensure continuity of services during any potential labor action without impacting, the service that we've contracted for.
So what are the implications for them if they violate any of that? For example, under what terms and conditions would our staff know there was a ULP filed for either the sorting facility or the drivers?
I don't have the answer immediately available for you, but we will look this up as we continue to entertain questions from the board.
Thank you. And colleagues, if there aren't implications, meaning some sort of mechanism to make sure that the employer is in fact being fair, then it's a communication plan and not something that can be implemented. So I'll as you're looking, I'll cede to my colleagues, and then you can come back to me. Thank you.
Do any other board members wish to weigh in? Supervisor Arenas.
Sure, thank you. Glad you had those questions, Supervisor Chavez, because one of the things that we, as noted by Mrs. Gallegos, is that during Hewlett, the committee, I gave that feedback around the MRF workers, because that's been an issue for a really long time, right? And so when you're asking this question about how are you going to differentiate between those who are going to get paid the 22 and then those who are going to get paid the 24, and that's based on the work that they're doing. But correct me if I'm wrong, everything gets dumped, and you can't sort out, which was the problem over at the city of San Jose. You can't really sort out what you're sorting out. Like, oh, nope, that's not from the south, or that's not from the east, or and so I wanted to ask a little bit more about that. How are we going to really differentiate how they're going to get paid? Are they going to get paid because we think it's 2 hours worth of work of sorting, or we think it's directly the products that are coming through? So can you talk a little bit more about that?
So to answer your question, the industry standard wage rate that we identified of $24.42 would apply to our portion of the waste stream going to the MRF, and we estimate it's about 2%.
2%. So they would get a difference of, in terms of that pay from 22 to 24, 2% of the time every day, 2% of what?
Of the volume of the waste stream entering the facility.
And what does that translate into in terms of hours for a MRF?
So I can't respond to the question, but I do know we have representatives of Green Waste here who are more intimately familiar with their operations and may more directly respond to that specific question. And then while they're coming up, Supervisor Chavez, we did consult with our council, and the answer in terms of not complying with the labor peace plan would be liquidated damages.
I'll let you finish that. Go ahead and finish this train, because I'm interested in her question, and then I'll come back and follow up. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tracy. Go ahead, step forward.
Wait, let's wait till the mic gets turned up for you.
Let's just say you're tall.
Let's try that again.
Okay, better?
Beautiful. See, you can stand.
Now I can hear
You do
myself,
not
okay.
need to.
What we recommend doing, and the way we've looked at this, is started in the city of San Jose with what they call their modified living wage. And what we do is we take the total percentage of the material coming into the facility and divide that out by each jurisdiction. So the city of San Jose has something very similar to what the county is asking for, is saying when the staff is processing our material, we want them to receive this wage rate. And then when they're not, they receive a different wage rate. But you're right, Supervisor, you can't say this one's from the south, this one's from the east, this one's from here. So we look at the total tonnage coming in, and then we take the percentages and say, okay, for this amount of employees' time, the county's requested a rate of 24, and I forget the exact change. So for that period of time, we'll adjust their wage rate throughout the course of the day to reflect that, because I can't tell when the material is going to come in or go out. So we sat down and worked through this with the city of San Jose. I think you might have been on the council at that time, to make sure that when the county, if the county has the desire, which I fully support, to say we want to have a higher wage rate when our material is being taken care of, so we'll put that into the calculation. That'll adjust the wage rate for all of those sorters throughout the course of the day. Again, we don't know when the material is coming in. I don't know where it's from, so I have to look at the bigger picture.
Let me ask you a follow-up. The difference between, and I know that there's a difference in terms of duties, and you've provided a tour for me in the past. I see those sorters. They work really hard. It is a tough job. I don't know that I could do that. Why are their wages so relatively low compared to the drivers?
I think the way that we look at it is that as an entry-level role, currently almost 30% of our drivers in San Jose started off in that entry-level role, are now making these driver wages. All of our operators and our supervisory staff in the recovery facility have worked up to that. So I think it's similar to any entry-level role, and our goal then, again, is to get our people and train them and get them into these higher-level jobs as they work forward.
That might be an entry-level job, but that is a very tough job.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, you know what? One of the areas that I actually have been very perturbed is the MRF sorters. Is just that we never are able to really increase their wages, and the only way that we can do it is by us honoring their work versus their corporation that has hired them, and pay the difference between that. I would imagine your level of responsibility as a corporation would be to do that for your own workers and not to rely on a government contract to subsidize that, because that's basically what we're doing.
I think in the nature of our business, as we price the things that we do, it all comes back, and we are trying to keep and balance different things such as wages and rates to the rate payers, because everything starts with the wages we get or the rates that we get as we charge the rate payer, and it moves down through all the levels of the organization, because that's our entire income stream. So we're trying very delicately to balance the needs of our employees as well as the needs of our jurisdictions.
All right, well, it's going to kind of be a useless conversation, so I'm going to move on. In light of what we learned about the drivers from the East District potentially being, well, we know that they're not represented. This was something that was a little bit of a surprise to me. Can you go over what the standards and rules for the job retention are in the RFP?
To be frank, I don't remember all the standards and the rules from the job retention off the RFP. I would have to look back.
What I'm looking for is the assurances that you can make to be able to retain.
Is it okay if I bring Greg up? Greg's our Chief Operating Officer. He can probably give a better answer.
Yeah, so per state law and the RFP requirements, we're required to offer employment to any displaced drivers from the East District, and intend to do so. And as was pointed out in Tracy's opening remarks, have a history of doing so through several transitions in different communities in Santa Clara County.
Thank you. And are you able to also respond about the labor peace plan, if you can take us through what your labor peace plan is?
I'd have to pull the RFP and come back and review that. I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, Supervisor. I apologize.
Yeah. I think you know that from some of us up here that we are very adamant about protecting union jobs and making sure that we're making the right decision. I mean, there were only 3 bidders on this, and I'm going to go back to staff and ask about that. But while you're on the mic, I'm concerned that you wouldn't have this information right off, the top of your head, as you know that this board has this as a priority. All right, well, I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing how you can be able to really enact the peace plan moving forward and commit to that. So thank you, Tracy.
My pleasure.
May I continue follow up? Thank you on the, Tracy, you're fine. Let me talk to staff, and then I may reach out again. So just to go back to the liquidated damages, could you just talk a little bit about the process for that, and then just give me an example of what an amount might be for, I have no idea. Liquidated damages could be any
I'm going to invite our advice attorneys for the department to come up and respond.
Great, that would be really helpful, thank you.
Oh, wait till your mic's on, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Nick DiFiesta, County Counsel's Office. So in the current draft of the franchise agreements, there's no specific provision involving liquidated damages for violation of the labor peace plan, but there is a provision permitting the county to establish new liquidated damages for violations by providing 10 days notice to the haulers. And so that would be proof sufficient to establish. The county could say, if you violate the labor peace plan, that would allow for the levying of liquidated damages. That would be allowed under the current draft of the franchise agreement, but also I'll note that those franchise agreements have yet to be negotiated, and so that is something that staff is comfortable pushing for, a specific provision of the labor peace plan to constitute liquidated damages.
So I'm just going to say aloud that I don't think that's optional. So if somebody violates the rights of workers in our county with something that we're using taxpayer dollars for, it is not optional. So I'll say that to everybody who's going through negotiations, not optional. And it should be something that is significant enough to discourage bad behavior. Because for most, and I'm not, by the way, speaking of employers in this instance, but absent some mechanism for those protections, then we're just going to be arguing with whoever we have in place for some number of years over whether or not they are doing the right thing. Because I don't think frankly, the labor peace plans are communication plans to me. They're not, I read what they responded to, and they weren't, by the way, for any company, I didn't find them incredibly compelling. So, so I'm going to, any comment on that? And I should see if my colleagues are.
Supervisors Committee, and I think wants to weigh in on this
Issue?
piece.
Fine, yeah. And then I'll come back.
I'll have other comments, but just on that issue, let me be a me too on this item, if I may, in 2 respects. The first is that since you're entering into a period of negotiations, as I understand it, better to get this issue resolved at the outset with meaningful liquidated damages provisions so that it's clear, understood, accepted, and agreed upon that there are, in fact, consequences for failing to abide by county policies or requirements. The second, and this will seem an odd analogy perhaps, Supervisor Chavez referenced it, the liquidated damages need to be meaningful. If there's just a liquidated damages provision, but it's enough, but it's so little or so de minimis that folks say, who cares? Or that's just a cost of doing business, or we can absorb that, then we won't get the behavior that we seek. And Supervisor, as I said, this will seem an odd analogy. I had this experience when I was first returning to the board back in 2013, and I couldn't figure out why the county's construction work on Oregon Expressway, which runs through not only my district but my hometown of Palo Alto, was stalled for month after month after month. And the answer was there was a subcontractor who wasn't performing because there was a more attractive job across the county. And I said, well, don't we have liquidated damages? Well, yes, we do. And then you looked at the liquidated damages, and they were so modest that someone made the business judgment, hey, I don't have to follow the rules. I don't have to honor the contract. I'll just eat that because there's more money to be made over there than there is by honoring the commitments I made in the contract. So what I heard Supervisor Chavez saying, and I just want to sort of check myself, and what I am certainly saying is, let's make sure if there are liquidated damages, that they're real, that they're meaningful, and they will compel the behavior that we expect of the contractors.
Thank you.
Me too.
That's what I was going to say. Well said. And then just, I do want to just acknowledge the importance of having the operating engineers here and the Teamsters here. I want you to understand that my colleagues take the welfare of people who work in our communities and work for us and get paid taxpayer dollars very seriously, and that's really across the board. It's probably the one time I can speak for everybody is to say that. Just to go back, I want to go back to this issue about the sorting facilities, sorting facility. As it relates to an indication that there are problems as you're doing any kind of negotiations, I want to make sure that there's a mechanism for us to be alerted to any unfair labor practices. To me, that is an indication that we should be paying attention to a situation at any facility. But I'm particularly concerned about the MRF, but that's true across the board for the drivers as well. So I'm going to ask that be included. And then the other thing that would be helpful for me to understand, it's been a while since I've gone out to Gish Road. It's, really a long time. So I'm curious, has our staff inspected that facility? Have we been through it? So what I'm going to ask is that, and there's probably a normal cadence, do we review that annually?
So the answer is we do inspect, and what's the frequency? Let me do this. Let me invite the staff up to the table.
So we're not playing telephone, if someone can, yeah. Thank you. And what I'm really interested in is how often there's a walkthrough of the facility. And then the other question, which is a little random, and Sylvia, you may know the answer to this. Do we certify payroll for us? I'm not as worried about the drivers, especially if they're unionized. I know someone's watching them, but for the ununionized components of this, do we certify payroll?
I don't know the answer immediately. And apparently, staff is indicating, no, we don't.
Well, let's add that in as well. All right.
Understood.
And so the frequency of the...
So for the actual facility themselves, they're state regulate. So they have environmental health goes out and does those inspections themselves.
The state environmental health or our county environmental
health?
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
And how often?
That I'm not sure, but at least I think it is. I can take a look.
I know we have weights and measures that goes out at a regular interval. That's what prompted the question.
Yes, I would.
Oh, do you know the answer? We have somebody up.
Yeah.
So the state requires the local agency to inspect the facility monthly, and that inspection includes, a comprehensive checklist of worker conditions, safety, of all regulations. This facility is actually the local enforcement agent for the state is from the city of San Jose, since we're located in the city of San Jose. However, the county Department of Health also has the local enforcement agent, LEA inspectors, that inspect facilities monthly. We would welcome them to, perform an inspection at any interval that staff would deem appropriate. And, since while I'm back up here, just, wanted to say we're absolutely willing in terms of liquidated damages, contract language. We take our worker health and our worker conditions very seriously. And we welcome any contract conditions that you would like to satisfy yourselves.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think that is my last question. I'm going to turn it back to the president for the rest of the board's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I've already shared my thoughts about liquidated damages and appreciate that. There are a couple of other items, and they're mostly just, I want to highlight them for staff's consideration, and Ms. Gallegos, in your case, for recollection and remembrance, because I was here the last time we did this. I think you were too, Supervisor Chavez. And for colleagues to be mindful of, because the ultimate decision will be made after a new board is constituted. The first is, and I say this with no ill will or chastisement, but it's just a fact. In June, before our July 1 contract date with providers, haulers, the last go around, I sat at this dais and asked staff, are we ready? Are the providers ready? Are the haulers ready? There's a lot going on here, a lot of moving parts. And we were assured repeatedly, literally 2 weeks before the start of the new contract, that everything was squared away. Then we had our July summer recess. We went on recess, and all hell broke loose because everything wasn't well prepared, everything wasn't well organized, everything wasn't squared away. And so when we came back in August, we had a lot of very unhappy people here in the chambers. Now, part of that had to do with the specific circumstances at the time in terms of new haulers, new routes, so on. But I just think the board and the county would be well advised to have some check-ins that were here in these chambers, literally in the 3 months, 2 months, 1 month leading up to this change, to make sure that people are in fact ready to go. Kind of a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, and I don't think we should be down that path a second time. So that's just my pitch. Second is the rate increases are yet to be negotiated, so I'm not going to negotiate in public or against ourselves here. I will say that, and again, Supervisor Chavez, you may or may not remember this, it was important to me. We ended up, as I recall, structuring the West contract a little bit differently in terms of time and rate structure, because I was frankly pretty skeptical that rates wouldn't go up dramatically if we didn't. And I think time proved that out. There was I remember somebody said, I can't remember who, and it's probably just as well, somebody said, well, it's conceivable the rates could go down, and I asked, when in the 150-year history of the county has that ever happened? And the answer was never. And so sure enough, the rates have gone up, and but that longer-term contract did provide some ratepayer protection, and I see that staff thinks that may not be possible to quite the same degree going forward, but I just want to say let's try and be mindful of the potential for rate increases. And look, everybody understands people got a job to do. They need to be paid fairly for doing it, but that's what the negotiation is about. And at the same time, our first obligation is to provide good service and make sure that the ratepayers are treated fairly. So liquidated damages, ready needs to mean ready, and concern about rate increases. Those are my 3 issues to share with staff today. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Lee.
First of all, thank you so much for my colleagues for the comments. I also want to thank you for staff for thoroughly answering many of the questions I have on this item, since I was the one who asked to hold this item until today to give us more fidelity of so much of the information that was very helpful on these impacts. And I'm actually happy to move forward with the staff recommendations on this item, on possible item A and B. Move recommendation to negotiate a franchise agreement with Green Team San Jose to provide the garbage recycling, yard waste, and food waste collection in District West for a 10-year term, and as well for multi-district franchise agreement as in B for the East and South for a 10-year term. If I might get a second.
So I'm going to second that, but it's with a number of concerns that I want to make sure get addressed. And one of them is that the liquidated damages are significant and meaningful. Second, as it relates to the labor peace plans, I want those to be refined. So in fact, they are labor peace plans. Third, that we use ULPs as a signifier to us that there is a challenge or a problem, and that can be as part of the liquidated damages, but it also should be just an alert that we get from any of our, all companies that are applying, that they should be required to notify you of any unfair labor practices. You may find other mechanisms that you think are as meaningful, but that would be one. And then third, I want to make sure that we have certified payroll for all functions, and you can work on the cadence of those certified payrolls, again, particularly with the sorters, but also with our drivers, understanding that. And I think I want to make sure I didn't leave out anything that you raised, Supervisor Arenas. Just give you a minute to look at your notes. Yeah, I tried to write stuff down, but I think I have yours. Oh, and that I would just say this, that the plans for any kind of transition, that there be a written plan that you receive, but that the board receives as well. So there are not surprises for the board members.
Through the chair, since Supervisor Chavez is asking me, I didn't ask this question of staff just yet, but I was wondering about why we only received 3 bids. And I'd like to see if there's a post-study report that we could produce in order to figure out why more contractors didn't bid on the RFP.
I will include that in the motion. Thank you. And for the second.
Acceptable to
Oh, I'm
motion.
sorry. You made the
Acceptable to
motion,
maker, yes.
sorry. And the seconder too. A little bit of coffee, there you go.
Are there additional comments?
Madam Chair, if I might, I just want to note that the law around what can be required in the context of franchise agreements can get quite complicated. And so if I could just ask for rather than stall it for legal analysis, if the motion could just reflect that those requirements will be applied to the maximum extent allowable by the law, that will give us the flexibility to analyze as we go, and we can provide an off-agenda memo to the board to clarify those limitations.
Well, I would say yes, but irrespective of what the law allows, the contractors are allowed to say yes beyond what's in the law, correct?
Correct. So that's something that
So
we'll
my
be looking-
expectation is that we want to give the staff the flexibility, but I want the contractors to understand that the board's been pretty clear about what it wants, and I'm going to ask them to meet those expectations. Thank you.
Acceptable to maker?
All right, let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5.
Thank you very much. Thank you to staff. Thank you to all of the speakers today that helped to inform our conversation and our vote. Items 13 and 14 were handled on consent. 15 is held to November. This brings us to, I believe we have 2 items removed from consent to handle.
I'm showing
44 and 47-0.
And 44 and 47-0. Okay, so let's begin first with item 44. And Supervisor Chavez, was that a pull by you? Please.
Thank you so much. On this item, on item 44, I First, I just wanted to say how much, and colleagues, how much I've appreciated the partnership with the district attorney's office in relation to the VTA tragedy and shootings. Like, the work they've done has been remarkable, and their partnership with the behavioral health nonprofit has been just fantastic, and they've been doing great work. The reason I was interested in asking that we pull this for a little bit of feedback is that I am very interested in how the work of the Trauma and Recovery Center that we were intending to establish would long-term be connected to the resiliency centers and the work currently being done. And just a little bit of history, colleagues, that when the tragedies occurred, one of the issues that became enormously apparent to me and many others, and I think actually Supervisor Simidian, this is an area you weighed in on too, because we were having a lot of trouble getting victims access to appropriate mental health services. First of all, they had a difficult time getting any mental health services, but second of all, trauma services specifically, because that's a different kind of therapeutic need than, you know, for example, marriage and family counseling. So I raise that because what I want to do is make sure that on the work plan of the staff that's working on the trauma body of work, that there's some clarity about whether or not the resiliency centers will be built into that, become part of it, or be separate. And then second, colleagues, just something I wanted to say to all of you that I've reminded VTA and Caltrain is that because of the center that VTA has stood up in partnership with the District Attorney's Office in the county, other agencies are really interested in partnering with us. And this could be a way to fully fund a trauma and recovery center. And as an example, for drivers who are driving Caltrain trains, they often have strikes because people will get on the tracks to, you know, by accident or to die by suicide. And instead of us trying to stretch Dr. Tammy McCoy in 42 directions, the intent really, in my mind, is to see if we can't get joint investment from large employers, because all the time they're dealing with traumas that their employees may need. And I also think we should figure out a way to go back to the folks that are doing providing the mental health, presumably providing mental health services and or insurances, that those, you know, that they're held accountable and that there's a way to bill them. So that is a long way of saying that when the report comes back, I'd just like to direct staff to make sure there's a clear understanding of the role the resiliency centers will play in them. And second, that we are in fact reaching out to other employers so we have a way of sustaining the trauma and recovery work that really came out of that incident. So that would be my motion.
Thank you. Are you thinking of both public and private employers? That's really interesting.
Absolutely. That was the original, I mean, when we originally brought this to the board, that was the original intent. And I think for reasons that make a lot of sense to me, everything takes a little longer than one would like. And so my hope was that, you know, when we saw the work plan, that the work plan would include some outreach to our both private and public sector employers. The reason I mentioned Caltrain specifically, President Ellenberg, is that when I had a conversation with them, because this is such a frequent occurrence for them, they seem to really understand it more, where other employers, depending on the type of employment and the type of work done, that it may be a less frequent occurrence is all.
Interesting, thank you. Supervisor Simidian? Nope. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We have one hand raised in Zoom.
All right, let's hear from our Zoom speaker, please.
iPhone 56, please accept the unmute.
Yes, I mean, I agree with Supervisor Chavez that we should have other agencies get involved for funding and perhaps more understanding of, you know, what the victims went through in this tragedy. I say that too because the Office of the District Attorney doesn't always understand what happens to victims and the trauma that they endure and addressing it. I can give you an example. I'm being assaulted, continually being assaulted by my former attorney, Valerie Houghton, and I told the district attorney about what's going on. I sent him pictures of the injuries that I've sustained. I've sent threatening social media posts that I was directed to view from the said attorney, and he just ignores me. Not only does he ignore me, but now I'm being prosecuted, and this prosecution is intended to incentivize and to conceal these assaults that have been perpetrated against me. And it's just completely unacceptable that the Office of the District Attorney should behave this way. And I'm concerned that maybe he'll act this way towards other victims, including the VTA victims. And it shouldn't be tolerated. And we should bring this out more in the open and address what the Office of the District Attorney is doing. Because crime victims should never be treated like this. And I'm very upset that you guys are just turning a blind eye to all this stuff, and I hope that you guys can develop a little bit more empathy towards this.
That was our only speaker.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Chavez, a second by Lee. I don't remember.
Was it Lee or Arenas?
Somebody confirm the second. Arenas?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lee.
Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
And President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Our final item is 47O, which Supervisor Simitian pulled from consent.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm awaiting a motion and a second, and look forward to hearing the comments of my colleagues. And I will then have some thoughts of my own to share, I'm sure.
Motion approved.
Second.
Are there public comments on this item?
There are 2 hands raised in Zoom.
All right, let me make a final call. We'll close the queue before the first speaker begins. So if anyone else is on Zoom and wishes to speak on item 47O, now's the time to raise your virtual hand.
And we're holding at 2.
All right, let's hear from our 2 speakers, please.
Okay, Blair Beekman is first. Please accept the unmute.
Hi. In commemoration of care items that this item is about, thank you. They have done some really amazing, important work over the years. They get blamed sometimes, but I think at the local level, their work can be very, very good. Way back in 2005, after 9/11 issues, we were kind of at a loss, and CARE really organized a way for Muslim rights to be really respected. And I think it has set a tone and a pace how we've worked in our community since, and it's set a really good standard. So thank you for their work overall. Again, as I said, how this relates to current events in Israel, I feel good luck that we can all try to work towards a balanced approach for all sides and really hear the other person and the conversation to be a balanced discussion. I mean, I myself am personally appalled that we will not have more formal dialogue with Hamas and then ask them to leave after the dialogue. Why can't we do that? They're saying no dialogue first, we kill, and then we talk. I don't know that's the right strategy. And then, you know, dialogue is so important right now, and to be able to have a balanced discussion between all of us. I hope you can learn how to do that. Good luck in our efforts too. It applies to the Ukraine area as well, and it applies to our future relations with China. So we really have to bear down and practice concepts of peace again. And you guys at the county have been practicing a rhetoric against China for several years now that I think you're learning to tone down and to take a more neutral approach. Really good luck how to do that, guys. It's really important, and what to pass along to new supervisors.
Thank you. The next speaker is Samina Usman. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman. I wanted to thank you very much for recognizing CARE's 30 years of service to the community. And they truly have been critical, especially in these times in this current political climate. They've been the defender of civil rights and liberties for persecuted communities. And that doesn't just include the Muslim community, but also the broader community, those who are undocumented. We've stood up strong for Black Lives Matter and to stop Asian hate. And, against all marginalized communities, CARE has been at the forefront of protecting the civil liberties for all. And I have been lucky to have been with them for 17 and a half years, and was very thankful for the work I was able to do with this organization, because there has been increasing threats against immigrants, against, there's been increased discrimination as well. And so, we're truly thankful for this board for recognizing their work, because we need to have these diverse voices, and we need to have a strong organization like CARE to be able to stand up for civil liberties and civil rights for all. And we have seen an encroachment on those liberties amongst the Muslim community. Lots of hate crimes have been at the rise, actually been more than ever in this past year. And so again, to provide these legal services, free legal services for those who have been facing discrimination, hate crimes, school bullying, law enforcement harassment, and also to provide immigration services as well. So again, thank you very much for this recognition, yeah, we appreciate you.
That was the last speaker who had their hand raised at the call of the queue.
Thank you. Are there additional comments?
Again, I'd like to hear from the maker and/or the seconder as to the thinking behind placing the item on our agenda and support for the item. Just some introductory remarks to have some context.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Dominion. This commendation is specifically for the Council of American Islamic Relations of the San Francisco Bay Area chapter to celebrate their 30th anniversary. Those who have been working with the larger CARE organization certainly has been something that we are aware of what's been said. But the most important thing really is the fact that what we do locally is what we are trying to acknowledge today. They are the ones who have, like mentioned before, defenders of the First Amendment right for folks from employment discrimination, from school bullying, for individuals encountering, travel delays, and continuing to work and improve the quality of life of residents of our county. For example, providing low-cost or pro bono legal assistance relating to immigration matters of citizens' applications, family petitions, et cetera. As actually mentioned by Mr. Beekman earlier, after 9/11, for example, the amount of Islamophobia has increased dramatically back then and even recently as well. And I think it is so important to have organizations out there that is helping to help individuals against these type of issues, whether it's anti-Asian hate, anti-Latino hate, or for that matter, I would say even anti-Semitic hate. These are all unacceptable, and organizations like CARE are the ones that's helping to alleviate and bring our community together. So I think for those reasons, I think it's important to recognize folks who've been doing this great work for the last 30 years. Thank you.
Question through the chair. Supervisor, I'm guessing you're aware, following these issues as you do, that I think it was last December, President Biden took strong exception to comments by CARE's leadership and called it out. And then literally within the last month or so, there was an event in Palo Alto in my district that the city of Palo Alto had planned to sponsor and provide some modest sponsorship funding for. And sort of at the 12th hour, they withdrew from that sponsorship because they became aware of CARE's co-sponsorship of the event. Do you have a reaction to all that? I'm just curious.
No, thank you very much, Supervisor Minium. I was not aware of that issue until I think we spoke about it briefly yesterday. I was not paying attention to that specific withdrawal issue until you brought it up to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm prepared to offer comments, Madam Chair, before we vote on the motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And colleagues, bear with me. They may be somewhat extended, and if they prompt additional conversation, I think that's only to the good. I want to begin, Madam President, on a somewhat personal note, if I may, and that is to say, as we rarely, but sometimes do note here, that while we've been advised by counsel that the opportunity to speak under public comment on agendized and non-agendized items is pretty close to unlimited, that does not mean that we have to let it go by uncommented upon. And I just want to say I was disappointed at the tone and content of some of the remarks today that I thought were inappropriately and egregiously inappropriately directed towards the president of this board. That would be you, Supervisor Ellenberg. So I want to just call it out publicly and say I regret that those comments were made. I regret that they were directed at you. None of us is or should be immune from public criticism. That's what we sign up for when we run for office and ask to represent 2 million people here in Santa Clara County. That being said, we have regrettably come to a place where I think sometimes people think there are no boundaries, and I think we saw some of that today, and I regret it, and I wanted to communicate that publicly, both to you individually, but also in a broader way, share that sentiment with my colleagues and with the public generally. As to the substance of the matter before us today, let me begin by saying that I'm sure that the resolution before us is well intended, but I think that the timing is particularly regrettable, coming as it does on the anniversary of such tragic events and following a year in which so much pain and suffering and loss of life has been experienced by so many. I ask that we not simply act on this item as part of our consent calendar, but take the item on a standalone basis. And I did that because rather than simply hurry past or brush by an item of importance and sensitivity, I thought we were obligated to hear the item, consider the matter thoughtfully, and then act accordingly. I should start my substantive observations by saying that I have long been aware of the good work of CARE. I was actually first introduced to CARE roughly 15 years ago by a friend and partner in government named Omar Ahmad, who was a council member and mayor in San Carlos. I doubt many of you knew or worked with Omar. As I say, he was a council member and mayor in San Carlos, which was a city I then represented in the California State Senate. I first met Omar in 2007 when he came to ask for my support and endorsement in his race for the city council. And it may be hard to put yourself back in that time or place, but in 2007, Omar, who was a person of unfailing goodwill and enthusiasm, just looked me in the eye first time we met and said, I don't know if my community is ready to elect a guy named Omar. That was the way he put it to me 6 years after 9/11. He was very direct, very clear-eyed, and very determined. He asked for my support, and I gave it, and I was never to regret that I had supported him in his efforts, and that over time we became not just colleagues in government, but friends. A few years later, he picked up the phone, called my Senate office in Palo Alto, tracked me down, and asked if I would come to a community event somewhere on the peninsula, I honestly don't remember where, for an organization called CARE, which at the time I had never heard of. But I said yes, and went and sort of sat in someone's home and tried to stay out of the way and listened, and frankly learned a lot, again by virtue of Omar having the thoughtfulness to include me, to reach out. Omar died in 2011 during his year as mayor. He had a heart attack at the age of 46. While it was, of course, a sad occasion, it really was quite heartening to witness the genuine affection and respect that he had earned in a relatively brief period of time from the people he served in his relatively small community. But during his tenure, I remember Omar showing up at a public meeting and teasing me in public by reminding me of something I had once shared with him, which was the observation that in life and in politics, feelings are facts. The point being that if people feel something, that's a fact of life that we all have to consider. And I think as we act on the resolution, the commendation before us today, we would be well advised to remember that. And I want to say very directly and very purposefully, and as we consider actions in the future, we would be well advised to consider and remember that. And I say that because whatever we think we say, whatever we intend to say, I think we know that the words are heard by different people in different ways, and they are understood in different ways. And we can't simply brush our hands and say, well, that's not what I meant to say. I thought that this item deserved more than a quick moment on the consent calendar, and that we ought to talk about the fact that I think this is in some respects a challenging resolution because of the way people will feel about it, the way they will understand it, the way they will interpret it, particularly coming as it does on this particular, at this particular time. Having said all that, the importance of CARE's work was top of mind for me once again back in 2015 when then candidate Donald Trump called for, and I'm quoting here, called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. I suspect that we haven't heard those words for a while, thank God, but I think you will remember them. And it prompted me to ask myself, and I suspect that was true for others, all right, what's my role in this? As a public official who has a platform, do I have some obligation to use that platform? And I felt that I did. And so the very next year, in 2016, my office and I hosted a series of panel discussions called Understanding Islam, 3 panels with 3 members of the Muslim community participating in each of the 3 panels. I thought, frankly, we might be lucky to get 50 to 75 folks, and when the RSVPs for the first panel pushed past 700, I knew we had a facilities challenge. And ultimately, over the course of 3 years, 16, 17, and 18, conducting the series in first Palo Alto, then Mountain View, then Saratoga, we had literally thousands of folks who, I thought in a way that was quite heartening, expressed an interest, showed up, and indicated their desire to understand Islam more fulsomely. I attended CARE's annual dinner in my role as president of the board a few years back, and more recently, during the course of the past year, as I suspect may be the case for other supervisors, I've met with advocates for the Palestinian community in my office. I want to express my appreciation to the author, as much as I've expressed my concern about the timing of the resolution. I thought the language was carefully crafted to be both local and specific to the good and important work that CARE strives to do. It says, whereas CARE strives to enhance understanding of Islam and empower American Muslims through education, media relations, government relations, and advocacy. And then whereas CARE works to defend its clients from violations of their First Amendment rights, employment discrimination, school bullying, and harassment during travel. And in addition, CARE works tirelessly to improve the quality of life for residents in Santa Clara County by providing low-cost or pro bono legal assistance relating to civil immigration matters, such as citizenship applications and adjustment of status, family petitions, and other services. And then further whereas, and then a now therefore be it resolved. As I say, I think the language is both limited and carefully crafted, and I appreciate that. So then why did I ask that we pull the item from consent? And the answer is that, as I suggested earlier, I think not everyone in the community will be aware of or mindful of that carefully crafted language. They may be aware of, mindful of either policy positions that were taken or language that was used at some level in the organization, perhaps even locally, that was a cause for concern. And so I thought that it was important that we be clear about what we are or are not doing today. And I'm not going to go into any greater detail. I am going to ask that that the minutes, and I'm looking now to the clerk, and I'm going to pull the microphone right up because I know the clerk appreciates that. I'm going to ask that the minutes reflect the fact that explicitly that I find the timing of the measure unfortunate, and that support for the commendation does not constitute an across-the-board endorsement of or supportment for the positions taken by CARE or statements made by its leadership. I'll say that again, and I'll share the language with the clerk. My support for the commendation does not constitute an across-the-board endorsement of or support for the positions taken by CARE or statements made by its leadership. And I will go on just to say, not for the minutes, but just that I want to exhort all of us in the public arena, and that includes activists, elected officials, member of the general public, the community, to speak, however forcefully, with some measure of common humanity. And I value that, frankly, from my colleagues, but I fear that some of that has been lost in the public arena during the course of the past years, plural. I know it's easy to dismiss mere words in the face of human tragedy, but history tells us that mere words have consequences, sometimes deadly consequences. So with that, I am prepared to cast my aye vote in just a moment, but again, with the request that the two items I referenced be incorporated explicitly verbatim in the minutes. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues.
Are there any further comments? Let's vote.
Madam President.
I'm sorry.
Madam President.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I still can't see your light from there. Thank you.
All right. Listen, I just want to thank everybody for the conversation, and thank you, Supervisor Simitian. I think the difference that you brought up is an important one, and I think there's an opportunity for us to share our experiences and as well as appreciate some of the differences in the comments that we've heard earlier today. I want to thank you, President Ellenberg, for your words from yesterday and today. I know that they were very compassionate and heartfelt, and you were focused really on recognizing simply that it had been a year since this terrible round of violence has begun, and we, as part of global citizens, are witnessing so much, and it's hard not to include that level of observation when we are so public. So I want to thank you for your vulnerability and your voice, and of course it's appropriate for all of us to have these differences of opinion and those public commenters to come in and have something different to say. And we also hear rhetoric that is maybe not as appreciative, but it's everyone else's right to say. And we can figure out how their words and their messages fit into what we do in our collaborations and our commendations and proclamations, right? And so I think that's what we're doing today. I know that CARE is, the primary civil rights organization for our Islamic community, and I have one of the biggest mosques in my district, and I love the community that I live in. I love our Muslim brothers and sisters, and the rest of the religions and different brothers and sisters. I call them brothers and sisters because I think we're all just really global citizens here, and we're all part of the same community trying to improve the lives of one another and the children and families that are in need. And in the past, I've worked with CARE, but I've also found myself in conflict with some of the messages in the past, and because messaging is so finicky and so nuanced, sometimes our messages can be, or our words on the dais can be taken out of context. But I overall appreciate really Samina Usman's words today and her leadership in the past, and the work that I've participated in the past on fighting hate crime and bigotry in our community. I think that needs to continue to shine and be part of what CARE is known for in their role as leaders and civil rights leaders. And so I don't want us to forget that either, and tarnish this 30th anniversary that we're hoping to really embellish and highlight. And so I also want to thank you, Supervisor Lee, for bringing this forward. I think there's some folks who might not have, right? They might have just, I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. But this is the right thing to do. CARE is an agency, is an organization that a lot of people have a lot of respect for, and I know there's differences of opinions within that organization, just as it is here, and among us five, we have differences of opinion, and some of them are going to coincide and some of them are not. And so irregardless, it doesn't take away from the work that we have done or that any one of us has done in our own respective roles and lives. And so I just want to thank you for bringing that forward. I appreciate the differences in the nuance that has been overlaid and has provided us for this opportunity just to talk about it. So
So thank you.
Colleagues, I will also be brief and say to you, Supervisor Lee, thank you for bringing it forward. Supervisor Simitian, thank you for actually just having the discussion. I think it's been a difficult discussion to have, and as always, I appreciate Supervisor Arenas. I do want to say to you, President, that President Ellenberg, that I really literally can't imagine how you're feeling right now. And I don't mean to make this all about any one person, but my point is only this, that I was listening to your comments yesterday and I thought they were really beautiful. And so I was surprised at what came back today. And the reason I say that is that I think we live in a time where we're so, there's such a high level of anger and such a high level of distrust that almost any language used to describe any of this situation is seen somehow by somebody as not being honorable or empathetic or appropriate. And as I've been thinking about this issue, in fact, as you know, we've had a number of folks come and ask us to do some sort of resolution just on the issue of what's happening in Israel and in the surrounding communities. And one of the reasons that it's been difficult for me to imagine how to do that is because it didn't appear to me, and it still doesn't, that we as a society are able to hear each other right now enough to actually have a discussion about what as a community we could and should be doing. I say that because I appreciate that so many people in our community are acting, speaking out, figuring out where their voice is on this issue, and that what I reflected from your comments yesterday was just a deep sorrow for the loss period. And what I wanted to reflect is a deep sorrow for all the innocent lives, and to acknowledge that you know, the times are so challenged that we're in right now that every small act can be seen as very bold, including the idea of bringing forward a resolution at this time. So that all said, I do want to just say I'll be supporting the motion. I concur with Supervisor Simitian with your comments that we vote on many resolutions for organizations, and it doesn't mean that we agree with everything those organizations say at any given time. What it does mean for me in this instance is we're acknowledging the leadership of people like Samina and many others who have led CARE to protect the rights of so many in our community. And so I'm happy to support the motion today, but also really appreciate the discussion. So thank you.
Anything else? Do you have anything else to add? All right. Thank you all for sharing. Supervisor Simitian, your comments reflected what I said earlier today, which is that I too am voting to approve the commendation because the language is fine and because the local organization absolutely does good work on behalf of this community. And that approval should not be interpreted as support for many of the views expressed by speakers this morning, which I found to be offensive and in my view, at least borderline anti-Semitic. The timing is unfortunate. This is a very difficult time, and I think this is an example today of why we need to be very thoughtful about what we bring for public discussion, when we bring it, and what our goals are in so doing. I think a lot of hurt was expressed and felt today by many folks. You just saw me because I'm in front of the cameras. Let's vote on this item.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion passes. That was our last item.
I'm so sorry. Let's adjourn.